Chapter 1: The Young Master of Blue Tyrant Academy. Douluo continent is located in the suburbs of Tiando City, the capital of the Tiando Empire. The Blue Tyrant Qi Academy was full of youthful vigor in the early morning. Students gathered in twos and threes, chatting and laughing, preparing for their daily morning training sessions. However, at that moment, a 6-year-old child carrying a boulder even taller than them suddenly came into their view. Whose little monster is this? The freshmen, who had never seen anything like it before, were utterly shocked. The older students, on the other hand, were used to it and even waved and greeted them warmly. "Young master, weren't you supposed to be awakening your martial soul today? Why aren't you resting? Why are you training so early in the morning? Isn't this just a warm-up?" The child said without blushing or panting. He replied with a smile, "Once I'm properly warmed up, I might awaken AM. Artial soul that will scare you to death." The older students laughed and watched the child pull the boulder away. At this moment, the freshmen finally came to their senses and hurriedly asked, "Seniors, who exactly is that child? Why do you all call him young master?" "He's our Dean Lu's adopted younger brother from outside," a senior student patiently explained. "Because Dean Lu and the teachers at the academy dote on him. We all like to call him young master." Another senior student laughed and said, "Don't let his young age fool you, he's actually incredibly strong. He could move a 100-pound boulder when he was only 3 years old." The freshmen were once again astonished by the words of their seniors, never expecting that there would be such talents in Blue Tyrant Academy. On the other side, Lu Qing pulled the nearly 300-pound boulder to the gate of a quaint courtyard, untied the ropes binding him, and then pushed open the gate and went inside. "Sister Erlong, I'm back." "You're back." A stunningly beautiful young woman with a perfect figure emerged from a house with wisps of smoke rising from its chimney. Her delicate and charming features and simple Lu dress were stained with a few specks of white powder. It was Lu Erlong, the dean of Blue Tyrant Academy. She placed a bowl of hot porridge in her left hand and a plate of steaming buns in her right hand on the table. "Breakfast is ready, come and have some." Lu Qing rubbed his shoulders and walked over, laughing, "Then I'll go take a shower first." "Sis, save a few more buns for me, don't eat them all." Lu Erlong smiled and said reproachfully, "Then hurry up, we still need to go to the spirit hall to awaken your spirit after we've eaten." "Coming right away." Lu Qing waved with a smile, then stepped into the house. 6 years ago, he was reborn in the Douluo continent and was taken home by an ordinary rural couple. The couple treated him very well. Even though he wasn't their biological son, they still treated him as their own, allowing Lu Qing, who was less than a year old at the time, to survive in this world. However, the good times didn't last long. When Lu Qing was 1 year old, the village was attacked by a group of evil spirit masters, and almost all the villagers were slaughtered. Just when he was about to meet his tragic end, the spirit hall personnel and Lu Erlong appeared at the same time, killed the group of evil spirit masters, and saved him. Later, Lu Erlong took him back to Lanba Academy and he became her adopted younger brother. It was at his moment that Lu Qing realized he had transmigrated to the Douluo continent. He certainly knew about Douluo continent, a world with extraordinary power, yet it was jokingly referred to by countless netizens as a fantasy floor tile. Lu Qing had watched the anime and could say he had a deep memory of the characters. For example, characters like the double-standard Tang Shenwang, Xiao Wu, Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong, and Qian Runshui. But he had no interest in hypocrites like Tang San. He found those stunningly beautiful women much more pleasing to the eye. Moreover, Lu Qing remembered that beauties mentioned in the original work were not only beautiful, but also very strong. Qian Runshui's talent was unparalleled, and Zhu Zuqing's aloof and elegant demeanor was like the moon. Even hot-tempered god-sister Lu Erlong outside the house as a woman of both strength and charm. "If I can't reach the pinnacle of life and be surrounded by beauties after being reborn, what's the point? I just don't know what kind of martial soul I can awaken." The inheritance of martial spirits all originates from one's parents. The stronger the parents' martial spirits, the stronger the martial spirit one awakens. He was reborn into this world without parents and had no idea what kind of martial soul he would awaken. Thinking of this, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh. Others who are reborn, or transmigrate or accompanied by a system, or have a golden finger old man to guide their cultivation, making them invincible with all their cheat codes. He was all alone, with nothing at all. Wait a minute, it seems like there isn't nothing at all. Lu Qing suddenly remembered that he had a strange dream occasionally over the past 4 years. Beneath a blood-red sky, atop a mountain piled high with corpses, a massive blade wreathed in dark red lightning trembled with a buzzing sound. But Lu Qing didn't understand what this dream represented. Was it his own martial soul, or was he cursed by an evil soul master? With mixed feelings, he quickly finished his shower, then walked out of the house, picked up a steamed bun from in front of Lu Erlong, and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Erlong patted his back affectionately. Slow down, even if you're in a hurry, don't choke yourself. It's all right, eating quickly will help me awaken my martial spirit sooner, Lu Qing said with a smile. Swallowing a steamed bun in one gulp, Lu Erlong shook her head helplessly, picked up the silk handkerchief on the table, and considerately wiped the corner of his lips. Feeling his sister's gentleness, Lu Qing's emotions became even more complicated. He suddenly asked, "Second sister, do you think it would be embarrassing for you if I awakened a useless martial soul?" Before he could finish speaking, he was glared at by Lu Erlong, who was clearly annoyed. What nonsense are you spouting? Does your sister need you to save face? No matter what kind of martial soul you awaken, your sister will not feel ashamed. After saying that, she placed her hand on Lu Qing's head, her voice softening. Besides, you're naturally strong, so your awakened martial soul must be incredibly powerful. After speaking, Lu Erlong saw that Lu Qing still looked worried and held his small hand with heartache. She said softly, "Don't be like this. Even if you awaken some useless martial soul, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life." Lu Qing felt a warmth in his heart and grasped Lu Erlong's large hand in return, laughing. "All right, then your little brother will rely on you for the rest of his life." All right, all right." Seeing her younger brother finally smile, Lu Erlong also smiled. "Hurry up and eat, the deacons of the spirit hall won't wait for us." Lu Qing nodded slightly, then buried his head in his food. After her comforting words, he did indeed feel much more at ease. Yeah, so what if I awaken a useless martial soul? With his familiarity with the plot, he knows that anyone with innate soul power can become a strong person. If that doesn't work, he can train Lu Erlong to become a title Douluo, or even a super Douluo. This big, white, soft rice looks quite delicious. After having breakfast, the two hurriedly left Blue Tyrant Academy. Although Lu Erlong is the dean of Lanba Academy, she has never helped anyone awaken a martial soul. Nor does she have the necessary tools to do so. She can only seek help from the Spirit Hall. Today happens to be the annual Martial Soul Awakening Day. If you arrive late, you'll have to wait until next year to awaken your martial soul. Looking at the magnificent Tiando city, Lu Qing took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. 6 years of waiting, 3 years of preparation, and fate is decided today. Chapter 2. The world loses its color. A monstrous weapon appears. Heaven Do City, Martial Soul Temple. At this moment, many parents who brought their children to awaken their martial spirits gathered in front of the awakening hall of the Holy Temple. Some of them were dressed in luxurious clothes, while others were dressed in ordinary clothes. But without exception, all of them wore expressions of hope. Lu Erlong stood at the back of the crowd with Lu Qing. Many people recognized Lu Erlong and came up to greet them. As for these people trying to strike up a conversation, Lu Erlong remained aloof, only giving them a glance. Just then, a commotion came from the awakening hall. The heavy doors slowly opened to both sides, and a black-robed bishop from the Mart IAL Soul Temple led 4 purple-robed deacons out of the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, the annual Martial Soul Awakening is about to begin." The black-robed bishop flicked his robe and announced loudly, "Now, children who are about to awaken their martial souls, please come to our deacons to register your information." After speaking, the 4 purple-robed deacons took out paper and pen and stepped forward. Those who come here to awaken their martial spirits all understand the rules of the Martial Spirit Temple, so they all pull their children to the 4 purple-robed deacons and line up in front of them. Furthermore, to avoid any conflict between nobles and commoners, nobles were placed in the 2 rows on the left, while commoners were placed on the right. Erlong led Lu Qing to the right side of the line. And they were soon in line. "What's your name?" "Lu Qing. You're 6 years old, right?" "Yes, he just turned 6 the day before yesterday." The purple-robed steward bowed his head and quickly wrote the certificate for Lu Qing, then handed it to him. "After you get the certificate, stand here and wait for everyone to enter their information before going in together. When it's your turn to awaken your martial soul, give this certificate to the bishop." Lu Qing nodded, then took the certificate and walked to the side. "Xiao Qing, don't be nervous when you awaken your martial soul later, okay?" Erlong said, holding Lu Qing's hand tightly. Lu Qing was speechless. "Sister Erlong, you're clearly more nervous than I am right now." "Ouch, that hurts. Is this woman squeezing my hand like it's an iron ball?" Soon, all the children had completed their registration, and the purple-robed stewards led Lu Qing and the group of more than 30 children into the awakening hall. Erlong and the other parents could only wait outside the hall. Upon entering the awakening hall, Lu Qing was greeted by a vast, empty space. The hall was almost devoid of decorations, making it appear exceptionally desolate. Sunlight streamed down through the glass of the dome, falling on a huge 6-pointed star array carved in the center. Within the array's patterns, soul power flowed faintly, emitting a soft golden halo. The black-robed bishop stood in the center of the magic circle, his hands behind his back, his piercing gaze sweeping over every child present. "Children, stand at the edge of the magic circle. Remember, no matter what kind of martial spirit you awaken, do not be afraid, keep your mind calm." Lu Qing gripped the certificate in his hand and walked towards the magic circle with the other children. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous at that moment. "This is a moment that will determine my future." He could feel his heart racing and his palms slightly sweaty. "Now, the martial soul awakening begins," the black-robed bishop commanded. 3 of the 4 purple-robed deacons who had been in charge of registration stepped out and stood in the triangle of the magic circle, activating their soul power. In an instant, the 6-pointed star array shone brightly, and golden light surged like flowing water within the array patterns, enveloping the children standing in the array. "Come here, child," the black-clad bishop said with a smile, pointing to a chubby little boy. The chubby little boy pointed at himself in disbelief, then glanced back at the others before finally having no choice but to be the first to enter the 6-pointed star formation. In an instant, dazzling golden light gathered and entered the little boy's body. Lu Qing noticed that the little boy seemed to be feeling better, his eyes were narrowed, and his whole body was trembling slightly. "Child, come, raise your right hand," the black-robed bishop said gently. The chubby boy obediently raised his right hand, and then a pink peach appeared in his palm, which matched his chubby image quite well. "A food-type martial soul. That's pretty good." The black-robed bishop took out a crystal ball and handed it to the chubby boy. "Come on, let's test your innate soul power." The chubby boy nodded excitedly and then placed his hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball reacted immediately the next second, but the light it emitted only occupied 2/3 of the crystal ball. Innate soul power level 6. He's guaranteed to become a soul emperor in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of surprise filled the air. "That's great." The chubby boy was so excited that he danced with joy. Then, amidst envious and jealous gazes, they exited the magic circle. "Okay, next one." Lu Qing watched as the children stepped into the awakening array, and to his surprise, none of them possessed any useless martial spirits such as blue silver grass or hose and farm tools. This is to be expected. After all, this is Tiando City, and most of those who can awaken here are noble children or descendants of soul masters. The chance of encountering a useless martial spirit here is more than 10 times lower than in the countryside. Next, upon hearing the black-robed bishop's call, Lu Qing took a deep breath and then walked over. "Finally, it's my turn. God help me. I hope it's not some useless martial soul like blue silver grass or farm tools. Even if my innate soul power is only level 1, it doesn't matter." Lu Qing prayed silently in his heart, and finally stepped into the magic circle. At the same time, the 3 purple-robed deacons also activated their soul power, urging the awakening array to bloom with golden light once again. This time, The awakening array erupted with an even more dazzling golden light than before, completely enveloping Lu Qing, like a small sun burning within it. This, black-robed bishop's pupils contracted slightly. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful light all day. Ah! Just then, a scream rang out from the side. The black-robed bishop turned, his head sharply and saw a purple-robed deacon staggering backward, his right palm charred black, as if burned by some violent force. "What are you doing?" he shouted angrily, but out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of dark red lightning darting through the magic circle, only to vanish in an instant. The black-robed bishop's pupils contracted slightly as the dark red lightning intensified, almost filling the entire magic circle space. What's going on? The other children were also dumbfounded, especially those who had just awakened their weapon spirits, spears, long knives, and long swords, who felt a chill run down their spines. Boom! The next second, the world turned dark, and dark red lightning, like a dragon, roamed through the clouds, its sound deafening. Dark red lightning flickered on the glass of the dome, and the air was filled with a suffocating atmosphere, with the trembling hum of weapon spirits everywhere. Top tier? No, this could be a god-level martial soul. The black-robed bishop's eyes were filled with fervor, and his whole body trembled slightly with excitement. If I can recruit this child into the spirit hall, I can at least obtain in a large amount of cultivation resources. I might even be able to transfer to a position at the Spirit City headquarters. Child, quickly raise your right hand. Lu Qing's body shone with dazzling golden light. His eyes were closed, and after sensing the presence of the martial spirit within his body, he slowly raised his right hand. The next second, all the dark red lightning in the air converged on his hand. Lu Qing loosely clenched his fists, and finally grasped a 7-foot-long sword wrapped in crimson lightning. At this moment, all the weapon spirits across the continent trembled. This is the style of the Mo Dao, but as for other blood patterns and lightning, I can't figure it out. I've tried for several hours and still can't achieve it. Chapter 3 Blood Patterned Long Blade. The Lament of a Weapon Martial Soul. The temple's awakening phenomenon quickly attracted the attention of major powers. First is the Crown Prince's residence. Qian Runshui, who had replaced Shui Qing as the Crown Prince of Tiando, stood in the courtyard, frowning as she stared at the dark red lightning flashing in the sky. Under this oppressive force, her blood and qi surged violently. The power she had hidden was about to burst out of her body uncontrollably. What kind of martial spirit is that actually made my martial spirit? Qian Runshui gritted her teeth, and desperately suppressed the restless angelic martial soul. Young master. Just then, a soft shout came, and the person who came was a middle-aged man with brown hair wearing golden armor, holding a 12-foot-long serpent spear tightly in his hand. But at this moment, the 12-foot-long spear was trembling, emitting a buzzing sound, as if it were crying out in sorrow. Soul suppression. With a gasp, a middle-aged man with pink hair, dressed in golden armor, appeared beside Qian Runshui. But unlike the other man, he was tall and burly, and his armor was covered with sharp spikes. Go and find out who awakened their martial spirit today. Qian Runshui had never encountered anything like this in her life. The strange phenomenon of her martial soul awakening not only made her six-winged angel martial soul restless, but even suppressed the martial soul of a titled Douluo. Two middle-aged men clasped their hands in a gesture of respect and were about to turn and leave. Suddenly, a sword's cry rang out. The three men's pupils constricted sharply as they looked up in the direction from which the sword's cry came, the direction of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The sword energy, like a rainbow piercing the sun, was sharp and awe-inspiring, and it even briefly dispersed the suppression of the dark red lightning. Uncle Jian. Inside the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji held up the dim and lifeless 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda with his right hand, gazing in the direction of Heaven Do City. Sword Douluo Chen Xin's expression was even more solemn. Just now, he had lost control of the 7-kill sword for a moment and almost let it slip out of his hand. Such a powerful martial spirit must be brought back to my 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji said in a deep voice. Sword Douluo Chen Xin nodded. I'll go to Heaven Do City right now. After saying that, He transformed into a dazzling sword light and rushed straight into the heavenly Do city. Ning Fengji watched the sword light disappear into the distance, his gaze fixed on the dark red lightning in the sky, a hint of ambition flashing in his eyes. Dark red lightning tore through the sky, and blinding flashes ravaged the earth. Within the Heaven Do Empire, the spirit rings of all weapon spirit masters lit up uncontrollably. Swords and spears lay low, while halberds and spears groaned mournfully. It was a fear that came from the bloodline, like a primordial beast that had been sleeping for 10,000 years, announcing its awakening to the world. Meanwhile, in a blacksmith's shop in the village of Holy Soul, in the province of Fasno, thousands of miles away, Tang Hao was lying lazily on a big tree, his lifeless gaze occasionally glancing towards the martial soul awakening room on his right. Through the window, one could vaguely see a thin, blue-haired boy standing in the awakening array, his right palm glowing with blue light, and a blue-silver grass slowly emerging. Is that all there is to it? Tang Hao looked disappointed, sat up from the tree branch, and was about to return to his blacksmith shop. Suddenly, a dark red lightning bolt appeared in the distant sky, piercing through the clouds like a dragon. As the dark red lightning reached Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao's eyes snapped open, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. The clear sky hammer, dormant within him for many years, began to tremble uncontrollably, as if something were gripping his throat. The clear sky hammer is actually being suppressed. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the source of the lightning. Those eyes, which had been lifeless, suddenly became as sharp as blades. The weapon spirit, hailed as the best in the world, now seemed to be a subject meeting his king. Why is this happening? What kind of martial spirit is awakening? Tang Hao didn't notice that not only was his clear sky hammer suppressed, but all the weapon spirits in that simple awakening room were trembling and buzzing. Especially the blue-haired boy standing in the awakening array, his left hand was trembling violently, as if something was struggling frantically. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly, but he still couldn't withstand that violent force. Buzz! A burst of black light erupted, and a jet-black heavy hammer shot out from his palm. However, the violent power far exceeded his tolerance limit. The boy's pupils contracted sharply, his vision went black, and he collapsed heavily to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Before he lost consciousness, he seemed to hear the soul master who helped him awaken his martial soul exclaim in surprise, Twin martial souls. At this moment, Lu Qing was unaware that his awakening of his martial soul had caused Tang San to reveal his twin martial souls right from the start. The strange phenomena in the sky gradually faded away. The children inside the temple stared at Lu Qing with terrified expressions, as if he were a monster. Lu Qing didn't care about the gazes of those people at all. His attention was entirely focused on the long sword in his hand. He gripped the hilt of the long sword tightly with both hands. Blood-red patterns on the blade moved like dragons, and dark red HTNING exploded inch by inch along the patterns, making the air crackle like firecrackers. Blood-patterned. Mo Dao. Lu Qing's pupils contracted slightly. This was actually Mo Dao, a weapon that swept across ancient battlefields, shattering men and horses with a single strike. A devastating weapon capable of tearing through armor and destroying cities. However, this Mo Dao is not the kind with two-sided blades, but with one-sided blades. It is more like an enlarged version of a Zanma Dao, horse-chopping sword, and its overall weight reaches 200 jin, 100 kilogram. Isn't this the giant blade from my dream? Lu Qing suddenly remembered the dreams he had, and the giant blade stuck in the ground was none other than the Mo Dao in his hand. So my own martial soul had already given me a hint. Moreover, he could sense that this Mo Dao martial spirit seemed to possess an even stronger power waiting for him to unleash. However, before he could investigate further, the black-robed bishop from the martial soul temple hurriedly spoke. Little friend, what's the name of your martial spirit? Blood-patterned Mo Dao. Lu Qing brandished the Mo Dao and slammed it heavily onto the ground. With a muffled thud, dark red lightning exploded in the air once more. A Mo Dao. It does resemble a knife, but its power seems even greater. The black-robed bishop smiled warmly and Han dead over a transparent crystal ball with both hands. Here, let's test your innate soul power first. Lu Qing raised his left hand and covered the crystal ball. The moment he awakened his martial soul, he already knew what level his innate soul power was, but he still couldn't help but test it. Sure enough, as the light filled the entire crystal ball, it was undoubtedly a manifestation of innate full soul power. Just as I thought. Ha ha ha. The black-robed bishop laughed excitedly. A divine-level weapon spirit, and with innate full soul power at that. No wonder I'm destined for great things. The black-robed bishop hurriedly said, "Young man, your talent is absolutely the best on the continent. Why don't you consider joining the Spirit Hall?" Joining the Spirit Hall, Lu Qing withdrew his left hand, lowered his eyes slightly, and pondered. He still had a favorable impression of the Spirit Hall, not only because the Spirit Hall would provide subsidies and free spiritual awakening services for commoners. Furthermore, throughout the entire Douluo continent, only the Spirit Hall targets evil spirit masters. After that night of massacre, Lu Qing now hates evil soul masters to the bone. Wishing he could wipe out all these stinking rats from the gutter. But besides the Spirit Hall, who else among the two great empires and three major sects would suppress evil spirit masters? However, now is clearly not the time to join the Spirit Hall. The unusual phenomenon when he awakened his martial soul must have alarmed powerful forces such as the Heaven-Do royal family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If he joined the Spirit Hall at this time, wouldn't he be putting himself in danger? These people are capable of anything to stifle genius. After much deliberation, Lu Qing shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, uncle, I am interested in joining the Spirit Hall, but I need to discuss it with my sister first, is that all right?" "Sure, of course." The black-robed bishop smiled happily. As long as the child showed interest in joining the Spirit Hall, that was enough. As for discussing it with my sister, as long as they put in some effort and promise to provide some resources, it's a piece of cake. Chapter 4. Undercurrents Rage. Powerful forces loom. Meanwhile, outside the awakening hall, Erlong looked up at the gradually calming sky, shocked by the strange phenomenon he had just witnessed, and also nervous about Lu Qing's current situation. It's been almost half an hour since Xiao Qing went in, why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that he awakened some useless martial soul, and that's why he's being deliberately harassed? No matter who it is, whoever dares to bully Xiao Qing, I will make them pay the price. Whoosh. Everyone around was startled by the sudden surge of soul power from Erlong and was at a loss for what to do. Who has angered this female Tyrannosaurus Rex from Blue Tyrant Academy? Just then, a deep, resonant voice came from behind the crowd. "Hey, who's offended Dean Lu?" Everyone turned around and saw a tall, burly man wearing a bright silver armor leading a dozen soldiers as he slowly walked towards them. A commotion erupted in the crowd. It was none other than Marshal Xiao, the pillar of the Heavenly Do Empire and the #1 figure in the Heavenly Do military. "Marshal Gorin." Erlong frowned. "What brings you here?" Quote. Marshal Gorin walked slowly over with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, "It's nothing, His Majesty just noticed the sudden change in the phenomena at the temple. So he ordered me to come and take a look." He paused, then asked, "So, what brings Dean Lu here today? Is it also because of that strange phenomenon?" Erlong shook her head slightly, turned back to look at the awakening hall, and said softly, "I also have a younger brother who awakened his martial soul today." "A younger brother?" Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then said, "I've heard that Dean Lu took in a foster brother, and he has superhuman strength. His martial spirit must be extraordinary. Perhaps the martial spirit that triggered the celestial phenomenon was awakened by her adopted brother. I'll have to ask them about it later." Just then, an astonishing sword aura rapidly approached. Golong was startled. Could it be that the only sword aura of such terrifying power in the entire Douluo continent was? A commotion arose again from the crowd, and an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a spotless white robe, came riding on a sword. It was none other than Sword Douluo Chen Xin, one of the two guardian deities of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who was known as the #1 swordsman. "Your Excellency Sword Douluo," Golong said, bowing respectfully. "I didn't expect you to be here as well." Chen Xin's expression was solemn as he stared intently at the awakening hall. Who is awakening their martial soul now? "I don't know yet," Golong shook his head slightly, then suddenly asked, Sword Douluo, did you also come because of the martial soul that caused the strange phenomena in the heavens and earth? Sword Douluo Chen Xin did not answer, but continued to stare intently at the tightly closed door. Golong said softly, a martial soul that can awaken such a celestial phenomenon must be a top-tier existence. The royal family will not miss such a genius. The 7 treasure glazed tile school will not let such a genius go either. Sword Douluo Chen Xin finally spoke. His eyes were like sharp swords, piercing straight at Golong. The parents around them, who overheard the conversation, were already in a state of shock. What kind of martial spirit could it be that not only caused strange phenomena in the heavens and earth, but was also fought over by the royal family and the 7 treasure glazed tile school? At this moment, they all desperately hope that their child will be the one to awaken such a martial spirit. As long as you can get close to the royal family or the 7 treasure glazed tile school, your future will be bright. Just then, the doors of the awakening hall finally opened. When Erlong saw the first person come out, his eyes lit up immediately, and he hurriedly went to greet him. Xiao Qing, how is it? Qing glanced around at Erlong, the pillar of the heavenly Dou Empire, and Chen Xin, the swordsman of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He sighed inwardly, they really came. There are countless other forces on their way, so I can't linger here too long. The black-clad bishop emerged with him. He strode up to Erlong and asked, you must be this child's older sister. Your child has awakened the talent of innate full soul power. You consider having him join my spirit hall. Now, not only Erlong, but everyone around them is shocked. A genius with innate full soul power has appeared in this awakening. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Qing changed. Some became ardent, while others were filled with jealousy. Xiao Qing, really? Erlong pressed on Qing's shoulders, her lips trembling with excitement. Qing nodded slightly, then turned to the black-robed bishop and said politely, Uncle, let me go home with my sister to discuss this matter first, and I will give you an answer when we have a result. Although the black-robed cardinal was somewhat disappointed, he still nodded in agreement. All right, remember to come find me at the temple when you have the results. Definitely. Qing nodded seriously, then gently pulled Erlong's hand. Sister Erlong, let's go back first. I'll tell you more on the way. Erlong nodded and was about to leave with Qing when Marshal Erlong suddenly stepped forward and blocked their way. Dean Erlong said with a smile, though the smile didn't reach his eyes, may I ask this child a few questions? Sword Dao Chenxin glanced over as well, and vaguely sensed the same heart-pounding aura emanating from the child as before. Given his innate talent of full soul power, it's very likely that it's him. Qing felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the sharp gazes directed at him by Erlong and Chen Xin. He doesn't want to get too involved with the Heavenly Dou royal family or the 7 treasure glazed tile school right now, to avoid being strangled. He suddenly clutched his forehead, his steps faltering, and he slumped weakly into Erlong's arms. Sister Erlong, I'm so tired right now. Goran's smile suddenly froze, and his expression darkened. He could tell that the child was trying to avoid something. But before he could speak, Erlong had already picked Qing up with heartache. If you're tired, lean on your sister's arms and sleep for a while. Qing nodded weakly, tilted his head slightly, leaned on Erlong's shoulder and closed his eyes. It was unclear whether he was really asleep or not. Marshal Erlong, could you wait a while if there's anything wrong? Xiao Qing is tired right now, Erlong said in a deep voice. All right. Erlong's lips twitched slightly, and he had no choice but to step aside and let Erlong leave. Watching Erlong carry Qing away, Jian Daochenshin asked in a low voice, Marshal Erlong, do you think that child awakened the martial soul that can trigger celestial phenomena? Most likely. Erlong frowned slightly, then turned to look at the children who were walking out of the awakening hall one after another, and immediately had an idea. He turned and walked up to a girl, squatted down and asked, Child, can you tell me what you saw in the awakening hall? The little girl seemed frightened. She glanced instinctively in the direction Erlong and Qing had left, then quickly shook her head. Erlong kept a close eye on the little girl's eyes. He slowly stood up, turned his head to search the direction Lu Erlong and Lu Qing had disappeared, and frowned slightly. Now he was almost certain that the person who had awakened the ability to suppress the 7-kill sword martial soul was none other than that child. He and Chen Xin exchanged a glance, understanding each other without saying a word. One of them turned and left with his personal guards, while the other flew away on his sword. Throughout the entire ordeal, neither of them noticed that there were two other people standing nearby, namely Xilong and Situn, both titled Douluo. Was that strange phenomenon caused by that child? The two of them overheard the conversation between Zheilong and Chen Xin, and both looked thoughtfully in the direction where Lu Erlong and Lu Qing had left. Awakening such a martial soul might be detrimental to the young master's plans. A hint of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the porcupine. Xilong coldly reminded him, "Don't act on your own. Go back and report the situation to the young master first." Chapter 5. Innate Domain. Shocking Lu Erlong. Blood Pattern Mo Dao. Blue Tyrant Academy, the small courtyard behind the mountain. Lu Erlong looked at Lu Qing carrying a 7-foot-long sword. Its blood-red patterns winding upwards like a coiled dragon. Dark red lightning flickered in and out, giving the whole thing a majestic and imposing appearance. So, the Qi martial spirit that triggered the celestial phenomenon was really your martial spirit. Lu Erlong swallowed hard in disbelief. Lu Qing brandished his longsword and said with a grin, "I didn't expect this either, Sister Erlong." This was a deadly weapon on the ancient battlefield. It could shatter men and horses, and destroy cities. After arriving in Douluo continent, he became so powerful. It can even trigger extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. Lu Qing was overjoyed and immediately raised his Mo Dao and began to swing it vigorously. A flash of cold light appeared on the blade, and dark red lightning patterns moved across its surface, producing subtle crackling sounds as it was swung, exuding an imposing aura. He felt that the blood-patterned sword martial soul was tailor-made for him. And it was incredibly easy to use. Lu Erlong couldn't help but smile as he watched Lu Qing's eyes gleam as he brandished the Mo Dao. But the fierce aura brought by the blade, as it swept past, made her instinctively lean back slightly. After excitedly brandishing his Mo Dao a couple of times, Lu Qing soon felt his arms getting sore and quickly put the sword down on the ground. It's just that this Mo Dao is too heavy. Although it only weighs 200 jin, it's too long. To wield it freely, you need at least 400 pounds of strength. It's actually the same weight as the Haoshan hammer. Lu Erlong exclaimed inwardly. She hurriedly went behind Lu Qing and skillfully helped him relax his muscles. This spirit's strength is indeed impeccable, but with such a cumbersome nature. You'll probably suffer when facing agility-type spirit masters in the future. Lu Qing laughed and said, "No, Sister Erlong, when I use the Mo Dao martial soul in battle, the Mo Dao martial soul helps me stack my battle intent, making me stronger the more I fight." What's going on? Lu Erlong frowned slightly, tilted her head slightly, and a strand of hair fell onto Lu Qing's shoulder. "Actually, it's one of the abilities of my blood-patterned blade martial soul." Lu Qing chuckled. The blood-patterned Mo Dao is not just a Mo Dao. The key lies in the words, blood pattern. The blood patterns that coil around the blade like a dragon are not just for decoration, they are the embodiment of fighting spirit. The longer the battle lasts, the higher the fighting spirit becomes. And the brighter the blood patterns become. For example, the current color is dark red, but as the fighting spirit accumulates, it will turn into scarlet red, then crimson gold, and finally condense into the flame of fighting spirit. Lu Qing shook his longsword. When the battle begins, it will give me a 20% increase in strength and speed. And the longer the battle lasts, the greater the increase in strength and speed will be. Once it lasts for more than 5 minutes, it will ignite a flame of fighting spirit. He deliberately dragged out the tone, and the Mo Dao suddenly trembled, exploding with a dark red lightning bolt. Even if I'm facing a speed-type soul master, I can still catch up with him. After hearing his description, Lu Erlong's pupils trembled slightly, and she gasped sharply. This Mo Dao martial spirit is just too powerful. The longer the battle goes on, the stronger it becomes. Xiao Qing, you're amazing. You actually awakened such a powerful martial soul. Lu Erlong became more and more excited as he spoke. Then, he pulled Lu Qing into his arms. The oppressive feeling from those top-tier twin martial souls almost suffocated him. Ah, Sister Erlong, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Lu Qing buried his entire face in the soft, deadly trap, flailing his hands wildly. Huh, didn't you love this reward the most when you were little? Lu Erlong asked innocently. Lu Qing looked up speechlessly and rolled his eyes at Lu Erlong. It's fine to like someone, but don't push them so hard. That's not a reward, that's murder. Lu Erlong chuckled, ruffled Lu Qing's hair with both hands, and then released him. Having escaped that milky white, deadly crisis, Lu Qing took a deep breath and finally felt the vitality of life returning. After a long pause, Lu Qing continued, Second sister, actually when I was awakening, I discovered that there should be an even stronger power in this Modao martial spirit that hasn't been released yet. What? Lu Erlong was horrified. This Modao martial spirit had an even stronger power. Lu Qing slowly closed his eyes, carefully sensing the presence of that power. Heavenly Thunder Prison Formation. Activate. Quote. The 7-foot-long broadsword slammed into the ground, and dark red lightning burst forth from the earth like an angry dragon, instantly exploding beneath its feet. The crimson lightning net expanded rapidly from the tip of the blade, cracking the earth within 50 meters and revealing countless blood-red blade marks. At that moment, Lu Erlong also say, NSED a feeling of her martial soul being suppressed, but this feeling was very small to her, so small that it could be almost ignored. This could be the innate domain. Lu Erlong was so shocked that she froze on the spot. The power of the domain, which is difficult for ordinary soul masters to attain, was already possessed by my younger brother when he awakened his martial soul. Not bad. This is the innate domain of the Modao martial soul, the Heavenly Spear Thunder Prison Formation. Lu Qing smiled with a hint of pride, but upon closer inspection, his face appeared slightly pale. In less than 3 breaths, the blood-red knife marks that covered an area of 50 meters in radius, as well as the dark red lightning floating in the air, disappeared. The Modao in Lu Qing's hand also transformed into a dark red light and returned to his body. His legs felt slightly weak, as if he had been ravaged by a rich woman for several days and nights. With a thud, Lu Qing could no longer bear the weakness and sat down heavily on the ground, panting heavily. Xiao Qing. Lu Erlong snapped out of her shock and rushed over to help Lu Qing up. How are you? Don't scare your sister. Lu Qing shook his head weakly and smiled. I'm fine, Sister Erlong. It's just that I activated my martial soul and domain at the same time, so my soul power was overconsumed. Really? Lu Erlong was very worried. She placed her right hand on Lu Qing's back and used her soul power to check his body. Once it was confirmed that Lu Qing was indeed so weak due to excessive consumption of soul power, Lu Erlong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Get down on the stool right now. What's wrong with you sitting on the floor? Lu Erlong helped Lu Qing sit down on a stool, then poured him a glass of water, which allowed Lu Qing to catch his breath. Thank you, Sister Erlong. I'm fine now. After drinking a glass of water, Lu Qing felt much better, and his depleted soul power was gradually recovering. Do I need to thank you for this? Lu Erlong rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Tell me quickly, what exactly is going on with your innate domain? Why did I sense that my martial soul was suppressed just now? Lu Qing tilted his head and smiled. That's exactly how it is. Within my domain, all soul masters and martial souls that I consider enemies will be suppressed, especially weapon martial souls, which are suppressed the most. Within the domain, all my attributes are enhanced by 15%, and the more enemies there are, the more this effect can stack up to 6 times. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong froze on the spot as if struck by lightning, even his breath stopped for a few seconds. This is simply. Her voice trembled slightly. With the suppress ion of her martial spirit and the 15% increase in all attributes, she swallowed twice, but couldn't find the words to describe her shock. She stood there completely stunned. Lu Qing laughed heartily. He loved seeing Lu Erlong speechless with shock. She was just too adorable like that. Chapter 6. Heading to the Stardow Great Forest. After a long while, Lu Erlong finally came to her senses, and excitedly hugged and kissed Lu Qing, leaving him covered in drool. Wait, tonight, Your sister will cook a big meal to celebrate your awakening of such a powerful martial soul," Lu Erlong said, then happily ran out. Then, today, Blue Tyrant Academy learned that the Academy's young master, Lu Qing, had awakened a top-tier weapon spirit and possessed innate full soul power. The college erupted in commotion, with teachers hugging each other, overjoyed beyond belief. The Academy has produced a young master with innate full soul power, and he also possesses a top-tier weapon spirit. Blue Tyrant Academy will surely become the strongest academy on the continent in the future. The Academy's cafeteria, for the first time ever, brought out its treasured 1,000-year-old soul beast meat to provide extra meals for the students. Meanwhile, Lu Qing was enjoying the delicious food prepared by Lu Erlong herself, who even fed him by hand. "Little Qing, now that you've awakened your martial soul, how about I take you hunting for soul rings tomorrow?" Of course it would be great. Lu Qing naturally wouldn't refuse. The sooner he could obtain a soul ring, the sooner he could break through to the next level. Lu Erlong chuckled, picked up a piece of chicken breast, and fed it to Lu Qing. "What type of spirit ring does Xiao Qing want? I think a strength spirit ring would be good. It could make your Mo Dao martial spirit heavier and more powerful." Lu Qing chewed for a moment, paused after hearing Lu Erlong's words, and then shook his head in refusal. "I don't want a power spirit ring. I want one that deals extreme physical damage. That's what matches the characteristics of the Mo Dao. It can shatter men and horses, and destroy cities with its armor-crushing power. Moreover, the age of the spirit ring must be high. For example, my first spirit ring must be at least 700 or 800 years old." When Lu Erlong heard Lu Qing's first words, he nodded thoughtfully, thinking that his younger brother was right. But upon hearing his next sentence, his expression changed drastically. "This won't do." "Why not?" Lu Qing frowned immediately. "Second sister, you don't still believe that man's bullshit theory about the 10 core competencies of a martial soul, do you?" Forehead. Lu Erlong was stunned. She had indeed subconsciously thought of the limit on the lifespan of the spirit rings mentioned in Yu Shaoting's 10 core competencies of martial soul. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. Sure enough, Lu Qing got angry when he saw Lu Erlong hesitate. "Sister Erlong, how many times have I told you? That man's theories are all bullshit. How can you still believe him like that? Throughout the years he has been Lu Erlong's adopted brother. He has never stopped doing two things. First, to help her overcome the shadow of that incident from back then. Second, to use countless real-world cases to expose the flaws in Yu Sha Ogang's theories and reveal his hypocrisy and incompetence." Although Lu Erlong was initially very angry about what he said, but day after day, year after year, those sharp truths eventually pierced through the defenses she had built. She finally re-examined the past, and the confusion in her eyes gradually turned into clarity. Lu Qing thought that Lu Erlong had fully awakened. But just now, Lu Erlong actually tried to use that theory to reject him. Lu Erlong also knew that her younger brother disliked Yu Shaogang, and indeed she shouldn't have believed Yu Shaogang's theory just now. Realizing her mistake, she hurriedly grabbed Lu Qing's sleeve. "I'm sorry, little brother, I shouldn't have rejected you just now. I haven't had any feelings for that man for a long time." "Really?" Lu Qing glanced at him sideways. "Really?" Lu Erlong hurriedly held up 4 fingers. "Sister promises. I'll beat him up every time I see him. HMPH. That's more like it." Lu Qing turned around, only to be embraced by Lu Erlong the next second. "My little brother is the best." Lu Erlong chuckled, then suddenly tightened his arms, burying Lu Qing's entire face in the oppressive aura of his top-tier twin martial souls. Lu Qing struggled symbolically for a moment, but ultimately let himself sink into this softness. He took a deep breath, inhaling the familiar, light fragrance lingering around his nose. And his tense shoulders finally relaxed. After playing around for a while, Lu Erlong finally let go of Lu Qing and began to examine his body. When she injected her soul power into Lu Qing's body, she was surprised to find that Lu Qing's physique was now terrifyingly strong, even stronger than a second ring great soul master. However, Lu Erlong was not surprised. After all, Lu Qing had been born with superhuman strength since childhood and his physique was different from ordinary people. Furthermore, since the awakened martial soul is a top-tier weapon martial soul like the blood-patterned Mo Dao, His physique is naturally different from that of an ordinary first ring soul master. Thinking about it that way, it seems that Lu Qing's earlier statement about wanting to absorb a first soul ring that is 700 or 800 years old is indeed feasible. The next morning, just as Chenxi, 7 to 9 a.m., arrived, Blue Tyrant Academy welcomed several special guests. They are Crown Prince Shui Qing, representing the Heaven Dou royal family, Marshal Zhe Long, and the 3 academic committee members of the Heaven Dou Royal Academy. Ning Fengji, the sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Chen Xin, the sword Douluo, also arrived in quick succession. Are all of you here to visit Dean Lu? The reception teacher from Lanba Academy looked at the distinguished guests with some embarrassment. Unfortunately, Dean Lu took the young master out to hunt for spirit rings just as dawn broke today. Everyone was taken aback. They rushed as fast as they could, only to find that Lu Erlong had already left with Lu Qing, leaving them empty-handed. But the group did not lose heart. Whether Lu Erlong wanted to take Lu Qing to the Erb Soul Hunting Forest or the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings, they persevered. It's only a few days, they can wait. You can run away from the monk, but you can't hide from the temple. As long as we keep an eye on this place, there won't be any problems. What the others didn't know was that Lu Erlong and Lu Qing did not choose to go to the nearby Soul Hunting Forest or Sunset Forest this time. Even further away, the Starry Sky Forest. Outside Tiando City, a carriage sped along the official road. Lu Qing leaned comfortably against Lu Erlong's chest, the back of his neck sinking into a soft, warm touch. Even the bumpy ride of the carriage became a pleasant cradle. Lu Erlong would occasionally reach out and touch his hair. The crisp scent of pine mixed with the warmth of the sun wafted from the boy's hair, making her take a few extra breaths. Xiao Qing, I still don't understand why we have to go to the Stardow Great Forest, which is so far away. Lu Erlong asked, puzzled. Although the variety of spirit beasts in Sunset Forest is not as rich as that in Stardow Great Forest, but as the second largest gathering place of soul beasts on the continent, and also very close to Heaven Dou City, wouldn't it be better to go there? Besides, Senior Dugu is currently helping Lingling hunt for her second spirit ring in Sunset Forest with Yan Yan. Aren't you always clinging to those 2 girls? Upon hearing these 2 names, a smile appeared on Lu Qing's face. However, remembering that Xiao Wu was waiting for him in the Stardow Great Forest, he had no choice but to reluctantly choose the more distant option. After all, who could resist those long, white legs? He could also easily sever the ill-fated relationship between Xiao Wu and Tang San. He didn't want to give Tang San a 100,000-year-old soul ring and soul bone for free. Thinking of this, Lu Qing said, Second sister, when have I ever lied to you? This trip to the Stardow Great Forest is guaranteed to bring unexpected gains. Lu Erlong's hand, which was stroking his hair, suddenly stopped. Her thoughts drifted back to 2 years ago, when her younger brother also said that there would be unexpected gains in Sunset Forest. Then, they met Senior Dugu Bo, and then, they even had a miraculous encounter with immortal herbs. Looking at her confident younger brother, she suddenly thought that perhaps he really did have some special luck. Chapter 7: The Power of the Mother Tyrannosaurus Rex. 10 days later, on the outer edge of the Stardow Great Forest. Boom! The black and red flames suddenly exploded, and the extreme heat caused the air within a radius of 30 meters to distort violently, blurring everything in sight as if swallowed by the heat wave. Lu Qing stood in the middle of the scorched earth, looking around blankly. The once lush ancient forest has now been transformed into a fiery inferno. The towering trees collapsed in the flames, and the ground cracked and dried up. The fiery, magma-like fire marks flowed slowly across the surface, seemingly intent on burning everything flammable to ashes. Sister Erlong. Lu Qing's lips twitched violently. We came here to hunt for spirit rings, not to burn down this mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, a humanoid monster suddenly descended from the sky, landing with a loud bang in front of him. Black and red flames exploded in a ring, but then obediently bypassed Lu Qing's position. The humanoid monster was a terrifying 2.3 meters tall, with bulging muscles covered in dark red dragon ska. Less and sharp bone spurs protruding from its joints. But that face was so bright it was almost arrogant. Beneath those arched, willow leaf eyebrows, Lu Qing's figure was reflected in her molten gold vertical pupils. Her eyes filled with doting affection. Behind it trailed a dragon tail thicker than an adult man's thigh, the tip of which was still swaying gently. Who else could this be but Lu Erlong? I'm just trying to help you find a soul beast as soon as possible, little brother, Lu Erlong chuckled. What about the soul beast? Lu Qing's forehead was covered in black lines. Erlong poked her finger with a hint of grievance. It seems, they were all burned to death. You actually know that? Lu Qing was furious. How could he have encountered such a stupid older sister? If you're going to hunt for spirit rings, then help me catch a spirit beast. Why unleash your ultimate move as soon as you get here? Lu Erlong was a little embarrassed. It's just that I haven't been active for too long. And I'm getting a little itchy. Lu Qing slapped his forehead and sighed helplessly. He glanced at the 8 spirit rings at Lu Erlong's feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. The 8th spirit ring, in particular, had a blood-red edge and was nearly 100,000 years old. During the years he spent by Lu Erlong's side, besides helping Lu Erlong see through Yu Xiaoging's true colors, he also helped Lu Erlong evolve her martial soul. 2 years ago, through getting to know Dugu Bo, Lu Erlong successfully obtained a magical herb, the coxcomb phoenix tail sunflower. Lu Erlong's martial soul also evolved from the fire dragon martial soul to the more top-tier purgatory dragon king martial soul. Not only that, the flames also successfully transformed into ultimate fire and successfully awakened the purgatory domain. He also possesses a high level of soul power, having risen from a level 75 soul saint to a level 89 soul Douluo. He is only one awkward unity away from breaking through to the title Douluo level. The only thing that gave Lu Qing a headache was that every time Lu Erlong activated her martial soul possession, she would become even more irritable and belligerent than before. Looking at his sister, who was rubbing her hands together and even seemed eager to try, Lu Qing felt his temples throbbing. This isn't about helping him hunt for spirit rings. It's clearly an excuse to have some fun. Second sister, calm down. Lu Qing sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. Lu Erlong blinked her molten gold vertical pupils, revealing a hint of grievance. The thick dragon tail wrapped gently around his wrist in a flattering manner, even controlling the heat perfectly. Little brother, don't be angry. I didn't mean it. Lu Qing patted her dragon tail affectionately and said, then why don't you hurry up and turn off the martial soul possession state? All right. Lu Erlong smiled when he saw that his younger brother was no longer angry, and then deactivated his martial soul possession state. After dispelling the spirit possession state, her dark red dragon scale armor transformed into a fiery red long dress, lighting her perfect and voluptuous figure. Then, Lu Erlong took Lu Qing's hand and said with a smile, come on, sister will take you to pick out the best first soul ring. Only after the 2 figures completely disappeared into the forest did the centuries-old soul beasts, who had been hiding for a long time, dare to peek out and exchange terrified glances. That terrifying female human soul master is finally gone. If she doesn't leave soon, our house will burn down. In the time that followed, Lu Erlong finally focused on helping Lu Qing find the most suitable first soul ring. Whenever she spotted a soul beast, she was always the first to rush out and grab it with her bare hands. Little Qing, let's see how this soul beast is. Unfortunately, the spirit beasts they encountered, such as the purple lightning sable and the wind blade falcon, either had attributes that didn't match their needs or were too young. The only barely suitable purple electric sable was also abandoned because it lacked the extreme lethality that Lu Qing was looking for. But Lu Qing didn't want to settle for that. The blood-patterned blade still needed to maximize physical damage, while the lightning attribute was secondary. And so, the two of them wandered around the Stardow Great Forest for 2 days. Until the morning of the 3rd day. Lu Qing had just stepped out of the tent, rubbing his sleepy eyes, when a dark shadow suddenly lunged at him. Whoa! Lu Qing was startled and forgot to summon his martial spirit. He took off and lunged to the side. With a loud thud, it sounded like something had hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lu Qing coughed violently twice from the fumes, waving his hands to clear the dust from his face. Who is it? How dare they ambush me? The next second, An extremely gentle voice came from afar. Xiao Qing, are you all right? Before Lu Qing could react, he was already enveloped in a soft, fragrant embrace. Without a doubt, this embrace belongs to Lu Erlong. Lu Qing looked up at Lu Erlong with a disheveled face and said, Lu Erlong, are you trying to murder your brother this early in the morning? I'm sorry. Lu Erlong chuckled and brushed the dust off his clothes. I just got up and saw this beast lurking around nearby, so I went and caught it. Lu Qing rolled his eyes at her, then turned to look at the soul beast lying on the ground. Barely alive, it was a crimson leopard with faint golden lightning patterns flowing through its fur. The silvery white mane on its back was now dull and lifeless, the 3 bony spikes at the end of its tail drooped limply. Its abdomen heaved violently, and each breath was accompanied by a faint flash of electricity, clearly indicating that it was severely injured and on the verge of death. Lu Erlong pointed to the markings on the Crimson Thunder leopard's body. This is a Crimson Thunder leopard that is nearly 900 years old. Do you see these lightning bolt markings? A century-old Crimson Thunder leopard will grow one more every 100 years. And this Crimson Thunder leopard already has 8.5 lightning stripes, so it is between 850 and 900 years old. A Crimson Thunder leopard. Lu Qing raised his hand and stroked his chin, looking thoughtfully at the dying soul beast. Lu Erlong gently picked him up from the ground and said, you weren't satisfied with the previous soul beasts, but this Crimson Thunder leopard is different. Lightning attribute, fast speed, strong explosive power, it's also very suitable for your Modao martial soul. Lu Qing nodded slightly, his speed was fast and his explosive power was strong. Maybe it can grant me a decent soul skill. Shall I give it a try? Then kill it quickly. Its weakness is in its throat. Lu Erlong nodded and gently pushed Lu Qing forward. Lu Qing took a deep breath, then activated his martial soul and gripped the blood-patterned sword. With a soft shout, a flash of cold light appeared, carrying dark red lightning, and the Modao, a type of long-handled sword, slashed straight down from top to bottom. With a soft slicing sound, the sharp blade easily cut through the flesh of the Crimson Thunder leopard, and its head rolled away. Immediately, a deep yellow soul ring with purple edges gradually appeared above the corpse of the Crimson Thunder leopard. Sister Erlong, I'll begin now. Lu Qing turned around and looked at Lu Erlong with some nervousness. Lu Erlong nodded vigorously and encouraged, let's begin, Xiao Qing. You will definitely succeed. Your sister will be here to protect you. Chapter 8. The fierce weapon protects its master. Xiao Wu appears. Without any hesitation, Lu Qing transferred the Crimson Thunder leopard's spirit ring to the Modao martial spirit. The next second, a tearing pain shot through his body, as if knives were slowly cutting his flesh apart. Lu Qing's face contorted in pain as he gritted his teeth and let out a soft groan. But this soft hum startled Lu Erlong quite a bit, and she almost interrupted his absorption of the soul ring. Seeing Lu Qing's pained expression, Lu Erlong felt as if her heart was being gripped by a giant hand, the pain making it hard for her to breathe. Xiao Qing looks like he's in a lot of pain. What should we do? Oh dear, I told him a long time ago that he shouldn't absorb such a high-age spirit ring, but he just wouldn't listen. If I interrupt him from absorbing the spirit ring now, will Xiao Qing be sad? Lu Erlong hesitated. She felt sorry for Lu Qing's current suffering, but she didn't want to make her younger brother sad. However, just as she was hesitating, the Modao martial spirit on Lu Qing's knee suddenly trembled slightly, and dark red lightning spread along the blade. With a whoosh, the earth cracked open within 50 meters, and countless bloody knife marks emerged from the cracks. Dark red lightning flickered in and out of the air, crackling and popping. Xiao Qing's domain, Lu Erlong exclaimed in surprise. Furthermore, as the Heavenly Thunder Prison Array domain was activated, she felt her purgatory Dragon King martial soul being suppressed. But how could this be? My brother didn't make any move, yet the Modao martial spirit actively activated its domain ability. Could this also be the power of a god-level martial soul? Moreover, after the domain opened, strands of dark red lightning flowed across Lu Qing's body. At this moment, Lu Qing's strength, physique, speed, and mental attributes were all enhanced. The originally ferocious Crimson Thunder leopard soul ring energy gradually calmed down under the guidance of the lightning, just like a tamed wild beast. Seeing that her Inger brother's expression was no longer as ferocious as before, and that the Crimson Thunder Leopard's soul ring energy was gradually solidifying beneath him. Lu Erlong was both surprised and overjoyed. Little brother, you've succeeded. Lu Erlong clasped his hands together, his smile as bright as the sun. However, at that moment, she sensed an unfamiliar presence quietly approaching from her left. And her eyebrows immediately stood on end. Who's there? Click. A crisp sound suddenly came from behind a large tree on the left. Lu Erlong snorted coldly, and her red dress was instantly covered by dark red dragon scales. And her dark pupils turned into vertical pupils of molten gold. Beneath her, 8 spirit rings appeared. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Thieves, please leave, she shouted sharply, stomped her left foot forward, and made a loud bang. This sudden movement shattered the solid ground, and I shot out like a cannonball. Boom! With a single punch, Lu Erlong shattered the thick ancient tree. Amidst the flying debris, a pink figure was seen scrambling and tumbling as she fled in terror. Lu Erlong suddenly stopped his fist. The person wasn't a thug. It was actually a child about the same height as his younger brother. Regardless of whether she's a child or not, she must have some purpose in suddenly approaching me. It would be best to seize the opportunity to ask. With that thought in mind, Lu Erlong immediately took action. She took another step forward, leaving another footprint in the ground, which swirls up and rushes towards the pink figure. The pink figure sensed the terrifying aura behind it getting closer and closer, and was so frightened that tears streamed down its face as it screamed. Wah, Da Ming, Ming. Where are you? Your little Wu sister is going to be roasted into a dead rabbit by humans. Call. Flames exploded, and Lu Erlong, enveloped in golden red firelight, intercepted the child. Stop. The child abruptly stopped and looked up to meet Lu Erlong's molten gold vertical pupils. His face turned deathly pale, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lu Erlong frowned, touched her chin, and leaned down to look at the pink figure. It's actually a little girl. The little girl did look about the same age as her brother, with a delicate, chubby face and surprisingly large, bright, almond-shaped eyes. Of course, what Lu Erlong cared about most was the pair of fluffy rabbit ears on her head, which were now drooping down. Her tearful appearance instantly melted Lu Erlong's heart. But soon, Lu Erlong forcefully dispelled that inappropriate feeling of pity. This little girl was just trying to get close to her brother. Moreover, the aura emanating from her was strange, making her inexplicably wary. What were you doing hiding over there just now? The little girl's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice was so choked that she couldn't say a word. She was clearly terrified. Lu Erlong frowned, about to ask another question, when she heard Lu Qing's voice coming from the other side. Second sister, what are you doing over there? Xiao Qing, have you finished absorbing your spirit rings? Lu Erlong looked up happily. Then they saw Lu Qing carrying a modao on his shoulder and walking over with a yellow soul ring around his feet. However, the edges of that yellow spirit ring were tinged with a purple glow. Lu Qing nodded and said, yes, I just finished absorbing the soul ring and opened my eyes to find you were gone. After speaking, he leaned down slightly to look at the little girl who was slumped on the ground. This is. With her scorpion braids, pink dress, and those signature bunny ears, who else could it be but Xiao Wu? Lu Qing was secretly pleased. He was really lucky. He had actually run into someone. Lu Erlong said, when you were absorbing the soul ring just now, this TLE girl was peeking at you from the side. I was worried that something might happen, so I came up to ask her. Are you sure you're just asking? Lu Qing looked at Xiao Wu, who was already crying from fright, and then glanced back at the shattered ancient trees and charred ground. His lips twitched slightly. I'm really just asking. Lu Erlong nodded with utmost sincerity. She didn't do anything, but people were so scared when they saw her, there's nothing she could do. Lu Qing sighed helplessly, then walked behind Xiao Wu and stretched out his left hand in front of her. Can you still stand up? Xiao Wu's eyes were brimming with tears, but she still grabbed his hand and used it to help her stand up. Lu Qing noticed her unease and patted her head. Excuse me, this is my sister. I was absorbing a spirit ring over there when she sensed you approaching. She probably misunderstood that you were going to hurt me, which is why she acted that way towards you. Xiao Wu glanced timidly at Lu Erlong, only to see him with his arms crossed and his molten gold vertical pupils staring straight at her. When Lu Erlong let out a soft groan, she trembled with fright and hurriedly hid behind Lu Qing, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of his clothes. The boy's figure wasn't very broad, but at that moment he became her only safe haven. "All right, Sister Erlong, don't scare her anymore." Lu Qing smiled helplessly, then looked at Xiao Wu. "What's your name? Why were you hiding and peeking just now?" Xiao Wu glanced at Lu Erlong secretly, then quickly lowered her gaze. My name is Xiao Wu. Just now, I didn't mean to." She had just sensed a very powerful force nearby, so powerful that even she felt a little uneasy. So, out of curiosity, she went over to take a look. Unexpectedly, she was spotted by Lu Erlong as soon as she arrived, and then the scene described above occurred. "I didn't mean it. Please, don't kill me, okay?" Xiao Wu tugged at Lu Qing's clothes, pleading pitifully. Chapter 9. I kidnapped a little dancer and bringed her home. Xiao Wu felt extremely wrong today. She finally managed to escape when Daming and Erming were away. "I'm planning to go to the human world to take a look and learn about human knowledge." Before they even left the Stardow Great Forest, they encountered a boy about their age who was absorbing a spirit ring. It's not unusual for humans to hunt spirit beasts and absorb spirit rings, but Xiao Wu sensed that the human boy's martial spirit was emitting a very strong aura. The dark red lightning was exactly the same as the strange phenomenon she had seen in the heavens and earth half a month ago. Xiao Wu was curious about the strange phenomenon and whether it had anything to do with the human boy. So she quietly went closer to take a look. That one glance almost cost him his life. Wow, that woman was so fierce. Just when Xiao Wu thought she was going to die, the human boy appeared and stopped the woman. Xiao Wu thought that the boy might be able to save her life, so she hid behind him. But I have to say, this human boy smells really good. Although he is neither tall nor strong, I feel very safe hiding behind him. Relax, we're not bad people, and we won't kill you." Lu Qing raised his hand and gently stroked Xiao Wu's hair, trying his best to calm her down. Then, he turned to Lu Erlong and shouted, "Sister Erlong, I don't think they mean any harm. Please take back your martial spirit." "Understood." Lu Erlong closed her eyes, gathering her martial spirit energy into her body. Her fiery red dress fluttering in the wind. Without her oppressive aura, Xiao Wu felt much easier to breathe, and her tense body gradually relaxed. She glanced at Lu Erlong discreetly. If she wasn't mistaken, this woman seemed to have 8 spirit rings. Thank goodness, she didn't realize who I was, otherwise Sister Xiao Wu would have been in big trouble. "I haven't introduced myself yet," Lu Qing said with a smile. "My name is Lu Qing, and this is my older sister, Lu Erlong." Xiao Wu began timidly. "My name is Xiao Wu, the Wu in dancing." Lu Qing nodded slightly, indicating that he remembered her name. Then he asked, "Xiao Wu, you're so young, why are you wandering around this Stardow Great Forest all by yourself? Where are your parents?" "My parents." Xiao Wu couldn't help but think of her parents, and her face immediately darkened. "They are both dead." Lu Erlong's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected this little girl to be an orphan as well. Then she imagined a little girl named Xiao Wu being taken to the Stardow Great Forest by her parents to hunt for spirit rings. As a result, both his parents were killed by soul beasts. And he became an orphan, wandering alone in the Stardow Great Forest for an unknown period of time. The thought that Xiao Wu had almost been hurt by him filled Lu Erlong with endless regret. What a pitiful child. Looking at Xiao Wu, Lu Erlong thought of Lu Qing when he was a child, and his eyes softened into a pool of spring water. She walked over, squatted down in front of Xiao Wu, and sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, little sister, I was a bit irritable just now. Can you forgive me?" Xiao Wu glanced at Lu Qing somewhat timidly, and seeing him smiling and nodding at her, she nodded very slightly in agreement. Lu Erlong was overjoyed. Looking at Xiao Wu's exquisitely beautiful face, he carefully stretched out his hands. Then, "Can I hug you?" Xiao Wu glanced at Lu Qing again, and after seeing him nod encouragingly for the second time, she carefully stepped into Lu Erlong's arms. It was a very soft, gentle, and warm embrace. This reminded Xiao Wu of her mother. And she could no longer hold back her tears. She couldn't help but hug Lu Erlong's neck and began to sob softly. "Don't cry, don't cry. It was your fault." Upon hearing the sobbing beside him, Lu Erlong immediately panicked, patting her back and trying to comfort her. Lu Qing stood silently to the side, watching the two of them embrace. This scene reminded him of the night the evil spirit master massacred the village. This woman had done the same thing, holding him and comforting him at the same time. Just like the scene from years ago, Lu Erlong immediately had the idea of adopting Xiao Wu after learning that she was an orphan. "Xiao Wu, why don't you come with us to Tiando City?" Heavenly Do City. Xiao Wu's pupils suddenly contracted, and she hurriedly shook her head like a rattled drum. Lu Erlong was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly asked, "If you don't want to come with us, where are you going?" Xiao Wu opened her mouth slightly. Shish. Sneaked out without even thinking about where she was going. She didn't know much about the human world, only occasionally hearing human soul masters mention a few place names. Cities like Nottingham and Soto. She went wherever it was remote and where no title Douluo would appear. As for big cities like Tiando City, they are definitely not places she can go to. If people find out that I am a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form, that would be terrible. Lu Qing then said, "Judging from your expression, there must be someone in Tiando City that you're afraid of, right?" Xiao Wu's eyes lit up immediately. And she nodded vigorously. Lu Erlong suddenly realized, and then imagined that Xiao Wu's home should be in Tiando City or nearby. Moreover, judging from her clothes and appearance, she should not be from an aristocratic family, but rather from a commoner family. It must be some nobleman from Tiando City who often bullies their family. That's why Xiao Wu was so resistant to Heaven Do City. Those nobles deserve to die. Thinking of this, Lu Erlong immediately said, "Don't be afraid. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them up for you." Lu Qing smiled and said, "Don't let Erlong's recklessness fool you, she's actually very strong. If she unleashes her full power, even ordinary titled Douluos wouldn't be a match for her." Xiao Wu looked at Lu Erlong with some hesitation. Indeed, she had witnessed Lu Erlong's strength just now. The pressure of his martial spirit was even comparable to that of Da Ming and Ming. But she was still worried that, if Lu Erlong found out that she was a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form, would he also want to kill her? So Xiao Wu didn't dare to gamble and was about to refuse, but Lu Qing stopped her. "It's decided then." Lu Qing patted her shoulder and laughed. "Anyway, you have nowhere to go now, so come back to Tiando City with us." Xiao Wu was completely stunned. Lu Erlong grasped Xiao Wu's hand. "That's right. And we don't live in Tiando City, but in the suburbs, so you don't have to worry about anyone causing you trouble. Once you've decided where you want to go, we'll take you there together, okay?" Xiao Wu lowered her head and hesitated, thinking that she would just stay there for a while. "As long as I don't release my martial soul and don't encounter a title Douluo, I should be fine, right?" With that in mind, Xiao Wu agreed to go to Tiando City with Lu Erlong and Lu Qing. Lu Erlong smiled with delight when he saw that she had finally agreed. She looked up at Lu Qing and smiled. "Little Qing, you'll have a little sister from now on. Having a little sister is pretty good too." Lu Qing chuckled and called out to Xiao Wu, "Come on, quickly call me brother." Xiao Wu blinked her big, bright eyes and asked, puzzled, "Why is it, older brother? Can't it be, younger brother?" Lu Qing tilted his head, his mind full of question marks. Chapter 10A First Try. Back to Tiando. "You mean you want to be the older sister?" Lu Qing stroked his chin. "It's not impossible, as long as you can beat me." Lu Erlong then remembered that Lu Qin Ji had just absorbed the Crimson Thunder Leopard's soul ring. "I don't even know his soul power level or what his soul skills are. My soul power is currently at level 13, nothing special." Lu Qing summoned the blood-patterned blade, and slammed its end heavily onto the ground. With a loud thud, cracks appeared in the ground. "And my first soul skill is called Blood Thunder, Sky-Splitting Slash." After saying that, he immediately activated the power of the spirit ring beneath his feet. A hissing sound suddenly rang out. A bolt of crimson lightning coiled around the hilt of the Mo Dao. And the aura it emitted made Xiao Wu feel a chill in her heart. Wow, what a huge knife. Is this a weapon spirit? That aura is absolutely terrifying. Blood lightning, sky-splitting slash. With a loud shout, Lu Qing took a big step forward and transformed into a streak of blood-red lightning, disappearing from the spot. With a whoosh, the blade flashed. Lu Erlong looked back and was shocked to see that Lu Qing had already rushed more than 50 meters away. He cleaved a huge tree in front of him, a tree that would take 3 people to hug, in two. Even more surprisingly, traces of lightning burns were left on both the path and on the tree that had been split in two. This is my first soul skill. Lu Qing shouldered the Mo Dao, a type of long-handled sword, turned around, and grinned. My soul skill allows me to dash forward up to 50 meters, with a speed comparable to an agility-type soul master, before delivering a powerful slash. Furthermore, the overflow in G Crimson Lightning will tear apart opponents in its path, causing a brief paralysis effect. Lu Erlong exclaimed in amazement. As expected of a spirit ring provided by a nearly 900-year-old Crimson Thunder Leopard. This skill's power is comparable to the second spirit skill of a 2-ring Great Spirit Master. After saying that, she suddenly looked down at the spot where Lu Qing had just been standing. Xiao Qing, after you absorbed your first spirit ring, did the weight of your Mo Dao change? Oh dear, I didn't expect you to find out after all, Sister Erlong. Lu Qing walked over carrying the Mo Dao. Yes, Lu Qing's power increased after absorbing the first spirit ring. However, the weight of the Mo Dao also increased from 200 jin to 300 jin. Moreover, what Lu Erlong said just now was a bit off. His speed, comparable to that of an agility-type soul master, combined with his full force slash, made him a formidable force. That power should surpass that of a 2-ring Great Soul Master. And even approach that of a 3-ring Soul Venerable. However, he hasn't had the chance to try it yet. He can ask Yan Yan to give it a shot when he gets back. Lu Qing looked at Xiao Wu and asked with a smile. How about it? Want to have a competition? Xiao Wu was about to nod, but the next second she shook her head like a rattle drum. She's never acted like a younger sister in front of either Daming or Erming. Becoming the little sister of a human kid. No way. But she didn't dare to release her martial spirit in front of Lu Erlong. What if people find out that I am a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form? So annoying. In the end, it was Lu Qing who noticed her inner turmoil. He said, how about this? After you come back with us, we'll find a place to have a match. Whoever wins will be the boss, okay? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up immediately. She could agree if she didn't have to reveal her martial soul in front of that older sister. Shish. He wanted to show this arrogant brat that Sister Xiao Wu wasn't someone to be trifled with. Oh, right, Xiao Wu, Lu Erlong suddenly remembered something. What's your martial soul? What level are you at now? Should I help you hunt for a soul ring? No need to trouble you, sister, Xiao Wu hurriedly refused. My spirit is the soft bone rabbit, and I already have my first spirit ring. Lu Erlong was somewhat surprised. The soft bone rabbit martial soul is indeed a rare one. Judging from her age, she's about the same age as her younger brother, and she already has spirit rings. Looks like he's born with full soul power. Lu Erlong was somewhat dazed, wondering when she had acquired so much innate full soul power. Even a random little girl you meet in this Stardew Great Forest has such talent. Alright, let's pack our things first, and then you can come back to Tiando City with us. Lu Erlong said. They didn't leave much behind. After packing up the tent, Lu Erlong led Lu Qing and Xiao Wu away from the Stardew Great Forest. However, less than half an hour after they left, a riot broke out in the forest. In the core area of the Starry Sky Forest, the low mooing of cows, like muffled thunder, and the roars of beasts, like thunderclaps, rang out simultaneously. The spirit beasts in the forest were all terrified and fled in all directions. This was a real harsh ip for the soul masters who came to hunt for soul rings. Instead of finding any soul rings, they encountered a beast tide. However, none of this has anything to do with Lu Erlong, Lu Qing, Xiao Wu, and the others. At this moment, They had already boarded the carriage returning to Tiando City. Inside the carriage, Erlong held both Lu Qing and Xiao Wu in his arms. Xiao Wu felt an unprecedented warmth, and her wariness of Erlong gradually disappeared. Along the way, she also learned some information about the two of them, including Erlong herself, who opened an academy called Blue Tyrant Academy, which is the only academy for commoners who are high-level soul masters on the continent. There's also Lu Qing's martial spirit. That 7-foot-long broadsword is called the blood-patterned Mo Dao. The dark red lightning that appeared in the sky above the Stardo Great Forest that day was also caused by the awakening of this weapon's martial soul. This weapon's spirit is truly amazing, Xiao Wu exclaimed. When that strange phenomenon appeared, the entire Stardo Great Forest trembled. She still remembers how Daming and Erming looked back then, as if they had seen something terrifying. I didn't know it would cause such a thing, Lu Qing sighed softly. Although the blood-patterned sword is very powerful, he still hopes to keep a low profile. He's currently having a headache about how to deal with the Heavendo royal family, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and the spirit hall once he gets back. Time flies. 10 days later, the carriage slowly came to a stop at the entrance of Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Qing was the first to jump off the carriage and lazily stretched. Finally back. I'm going to get a good night's sleep these next few days. No slacking off allowed. Erlong, with Xiao Wu in tow, followed closely behind and stepped out of the carriage. Erlong affectionately stroked Lu Qing's long hair and laughed. You worked very hard before you awakened your martial soul. You need to work even harder after you awaken your martial soul. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of such a good martial soul? That's true. Lu Qing chuckled, then looked at Xiao Wu. After spending 10 days together, Xiao Wu was no longer as reserved and had become more open-minded. She was looking up at the gates of Blue Tyrant Academy, marveling at how this was a high-level Soul Master Academy for humans. There seemed to be quite a few people inside. Lu Qing smiled and waved his hand. Let's go, Xiao Wu. Don't forget we still have a match to settle. Xiao Wu snorted lightly. Who's afraid of who? Anyway, you're definitely going to call me a sister Xiao Wu, this time. After saying that, she let go of Erlong's hand and chased after Lu Qing. Erlong watched the two run into the academy, a helpless smile on his face. These two little ones, their relationship is getting better and better. After saying that, she lifted her foot and was about to step into the academy. Suddenly, as if sensing something, her eyes sharpened as she scanned her surroundings. I haven't been back to the academy for almost 20 days, and the academy has become quite lively. Whoever you are, get out of here. With a deafening roar, a surge of immense soul power erupted forth, accompanied by billowing flames, threatening to incinerate the entire area. The next second, several muffled groans of pain came from all around. 4 or 5 spies in plainclothes were thrown out of their hiding place and lay on the ground unable to move. Chapter 11. First Test of Skill. Du Guyan and Yi Lingling arrive. At the same time, Blue Tyrant Academy, on the Soul Arena. All the students of Blue Tyrant Academy gathered around the edge of the Soul Arena, watching the two on the field intently. The two people on the field were dressed in pink dresses and had a pair of fluffy rabbit ears on their heads. The other person wielded a 7-foot-long sword, with dark red lightning flickering in and out, exuding an imposing aura. It was Xiao Wu and Lu Qing. Xiao Wu stood with her hands on her hips, her face full of arrogance. Lu Qing. It's not too late to admit defeat and call me Sister Xiao Wu. You should be the one admitting defeat and calling me brother, Lu Qing said with a disdainful expression. I won't lose. Xiao Wu snorted. That long sword was so big, and so heavy. Even if the first soul skill is fast, it must be very difficult to use normally. With her flexibility and speed, if she catches the target, wouldn't that be a complete victory? Xiao Wu is the strongest. Are you two ready? The Soul Master chuckled, then raised his right hand. Then, the soul battle officially begins. The moment the words fell, Xiao Wu lifted her foot and lightly leapt out, her speed incredibly fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, she suddenly appeared in front of Lu Qing and kicked him in the face. Seeing this, Lu Qing raised his Mo Dao, a type of long-handled sword, with both hands. A sharp, Crisp sound was heard. He caught Xiao Wu's kick steadily. Lu Qing looked up and chuckled. Is that all the strength you have? Xiao Wu gave a soft hum. She knew that Lu Qing must be very strong to be able to wield such a heavy broadsword. So she didn't intend to compete with Lu Qing in strength. Instead, she twisted her body, stepped on the hilt of the knife, and jumped behind Lu Qing. That's it, Lu Qing shouted lightly, turning around with his sword drawn, the blade sweeping horizontally. With a whoosh, the blade sliced through the air, and dark red lightning exploded along its path, the crackling sound sending chills down one's spine. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu hurriedly used her first soul skill, bending over with an extremely flexible body to dodge the sweeping attack of the Mo Dao. Instead of retreating, she moved forward and approached Lu Qing. Before Lu Qing could react, Xiao Wu had already used her flexibility to climb onto his body. His muscles tensed up, and just as he was about to exert force, a pair of slender legs suddenly restrained his waist. Little Qingzi, you're going to lose. Xiao Wu smiled smugly. With a thrust of her waist, she used her legs to restrain Lu Qing and flung him away. Lu Qing was shocked. This was Xiao Wu's soft technique. Her strength was truly remarkable. Despite his strength of over 400 pounds, he hadn't managed to break free immediately. However, it's too early to say who will win or lose. The instant he was thrown out, Lu Qing quickly turned around and brandished his Mo Dao, a type of long-handled sword, to brace himself against the ground. Using the weight of the longsword itself, he immediately regained his balance. First soul skill, blood lightning. Sky-splitting slash. The blade trembled and crackled, and a flash of crimson lightning streaked past. Xiao Wu's pupils suddenly contracted. She had witnessed the power of this soul skill before. She tried to retreat, but the next second, the longsword had already landed on her head. Call. The moment the Mo Dao fell, it carried a whistling wind and lifted Xiao Wu's dress. I gave you a chance, but you were useless, little sister Wu. Lu Qing raised his eyebrows smugly. It was over in just 2 moves. He hadn't even warmed up properly. And the battle intent on his blood-patterned blade hadn't even turned crimson yet. That's it. Xiao Wu's face turned deathly pale. The extreme sharpness made her feel like she was about to die. The battle is over, the battle instructor announced loudly, seeing that the situation was clear enough. Young master has won this battle. Immediately, the surrounding students cheered and jumped for joy. Young master is so strong. His first soul skill is also incredibly powerful. Our Blue Tyrant Academy is about to unleash a true dragon. Cheers erupted one after another. Lu Qing smiled and sheathed his Mo Dao. How about it, little Wu? Have you admitted defeat yet? Xiao Wu gradually came to her senses, crossed her arms in protest, turned her head to the side, and snorted. Sister Xiao Wu will definitely win next time. She was not discouraged by this failure. Instead, she felt the power of human soul masters. Damn it, we didn't even get to use any of the things that Daming and Erming handed in, and we still lost. And the thought of having to call this little brat brother in the future made Xiao Wu extremely unwilling. Forget outside the player fire whistling free one beams wave mars was inked to you was Leanne says his always happens hers or he tells on let you move the song shouting is Marcel boot bolter the blue Australian faucet right this marsh be hand down chin dash pull her under her neuro and liberal you see him shot and she eats in your link stack is the hard course the player lies in tune for dinky specific said that you dash arm to do that I couldn't read her at him show she saw miss flying ring the dog force central city or nipple group shrub to be yours she was in session her what Lucius house this thing of the yours crash war held fun to that how Mr. Moser her do you know three leaning left for look do you ning see you do it cancel that cast hunt of sting judge where I was sister but except the corner deeds from the light than her well you is from things rings but I should be now her rings and look at him eventually tassels hall did it bulk of salad trail rails up jeez just from top 2 balls minutes one monster one I super big shake will but it was man well and reared he smelled not so bad with any is good and do but Go get with some of our looting. Failure on face, that's looting our soul, right? Or the arse, all acids, seven will be some better than Sean, I know what it was to seek the muscle, right? Go as I memory with God, and dealess, so building through the art, plus he's this better. Chili, little about his and doing bed. But one can roll face and turn cool and such a turn alley. Lula from now had a casserole pulling cats. This is the roll face for his help. Real blue go in a little bit first was look I'm the people out do as should be brave. It and the rolling not off. Chanting us crossing all save the do from go to Messi and let as if you don't fuzz and shoulder. No digs in mind there beyond the neighbor no bear set or fin no is and Mars as an is no for and it's all don't use an order with eyes and messes in the interests be all this will blue step alone will present to you all that all do wrong happy to them in this hunting boss they're doing every do and see do anything all do she put man then something and chill as you ask then show was I do as later so long as that do it's on we're on do because sit breast and I got the rest speech my should also read though I doing leash time no matter try pounds it'll do would straight out first just shows reach I'm so the zone stay listen I found so with them active low at all I said boss you ask always recruit some screw go tell you they go do you know is do is see back which you if you want to compare that so you do and air mower this I full and then air was bit if you not mean the time will tell me yeah still on day talking should be like so yeah silly would you should we and please do anything like on after you reach will do and wrong since you do so I found the feed him heli with them sing dimension you but down the ultra pressure time through every active unbroken meshy but just stop breathe that on register option shift go and which until there hey Johnson and the all I had to put Sydney in above the circle any shin then the direction live everyone look or people from Sid a world follow on student right what here message about shin matter can't they have to do up with all year I saw your the studies were in nose shading oscillates were sim expression the tells him well in there then we hunt word muscle waste 40 from long set and I love it I say where's your name mother cat which in muscle ross you there's near I share the in the air arse son her music if him church the down of the okay these the end of the okay icky to say trick many bat and losa you they're just hold to errors to goes to his rest into the king healing person and norm the king should smell do bustum sucking and do high living small this isn't the about anything the yeah this connection has sense measure tentacle need we through and yes pretty burn night to lock train 50 clear express the world air not dominic move on to operate will listen if on hill see this back in the support hell we are as we she I should I certain in and shadow in the one glow swing to we hand the towards city died if they would run on the west they ramped the ankle on there he have a bomb in hand this middle lad mat should choose those are spear eating fed mess cost to the not not sure no any black see that trigger not here and weight muscle all the air shaft separate area but one fed to spire speak to as my will full of surface in bushing yes but nature said there's what was say please danger so it's body said that I answer that more dangers it can die by our fools will we all the other so meter but stress and while you're not which I help respects read the lecture think of mirror breakings a flash mesh even stuff shut serum used to heavy broken even more in recent looting it and Vincent say meant but hose and older dealer all blue iron means so had servers there me as shots blood were his art tools in his but his art lucy must his a from all for that not on your terms you on the ostrich with that absolutely he's more contents some little brightness this could have needs are is true obviously the king shrish and this is the change and birdie wahi old time means so was like blue long arrow the ink the letters of skills I should help do the ramsey first face ring restaurants and so no seal train out blue cat Calcrates, see ads was that say artish, were new herbs, there was the real catchy space still changing. They read only the naps, limits of Britain as kill, and lich slimmer, they want dog in and all you boss in there can have all American learn. The mass open of the how at lost from blues, you to be even system. No, that's actually real. I mean, you know, it isn't last out, baked in the one, but she's some random, angry eyes, fast edition, air share, bird my the Asian is very bad. This I'll just have to room clean. In Milton, Meshi about 5, Leelish gets for 2 new law. So long, who says, all we have all acne, research, only from working the eyebrow. Soon in a black where worms last little doubt jip one out like here can but roll imprint my lack and all pie with some ever adult cage my mother linfin her blah you can back to the zero things will get all rolling by your overview using the search everybody since shame simply with wood with that all word after that's a tip that emerged we she I stop duff batting drum with me hash moon blue area of the loser this is I should is on to chime double free jack long his round burst love agman mess of working do both and bloom that I need to three giant I'll kill the speaking fish so it had to be own dish that was a terror that I would do a hooter dips for oil over for sand law in the house there each shaking pass and belongs and burned out easily and as was a edition message run me you to your eye comment means another watch I seek thirst indeed you can tell her in the world and to fate which system said you your sees I were say do you know I'll have me some so I'm skinning deep to the sounds way no road and rock Aiming my fate that's split on my water facility. Creating me all thing but try hair to lash. All this way she is the but we change to him and let him him to that wins the rising vanity or that wins the case trader. Content moves plus and trustful you charity with on bring out see warning for the dead shaking by the VMs or communicate air trail she will with him I'm all alone do pack and old little sort the argument aim can change me brother you didn't act shagly insulating and me ice go as and let really roll me last it was both of much to turn and put the space mission and reach shot looking but now also have worked on goal intention such as okay what you suggest do boys to go over strong here on right here she and the all making particular down and go to spin the handle like me Trisney have to partly image lists station conditions before all that fast in the film tab talk me didn't work but I had here reason already had this on when rest and sweet you lay that go to yes all slits all you or sir me letter our sin be people hand at an only in the faith brings all this non do a little net and the world in they literature calls it again linger little immediately go like that blue you suicide black even decent now you move and area this realm stand alright you on buy a club crashes and do all you which was foods for of my lord do the I am you were for I can predict the slope government of the more hot tip and soul were for every enjoy I were set was I can see in see how revelation sweet trim so it's okay go ahead go money into the water do the shot the two into here and you bring you know west us long at the side so go hard they waited some for a little trick me long night the salty happy to carry the turn out look losing at blue my t-shirt cinder in the car or safe me my shoes laying take long wet shots tension for myself and feels his rocks play on that her jab her letters I told show with yes and sweats out her out you got it after her stingray doing it still jams or did I which should leach for me there William Haves to say all webs like bums there jams or daddies the loyal see bond to the soon now to step into the next pattern elected it's done in quick iron no yeah friends was champion you only got into with me woo that shinto isn't given he will him today should be and kill so that one month no simple hero can do arrow workers down and then both one over bad in the hustle you can yes is how many times since doing who they might be solid the visual soul as you I lose do it's me I don't know they have different have you but it since it's that yours and I was he for the beast the vegetable soul is also redact on the feed cleaner and broken even technique Austin side and where no and fell from either the distributed solution bundle you heavy bullet is gr oh your asset but trust that then roll the top and go ahead like me problem or swat nifty isn't that I say sir to see it for kid that's not all kind of or do an failure Jesus and suddenly now coast our term we did like him up rubber yes that eat our guys and no there and strip the vision similar across the phone or pair the g the no doing love and out never days a settle who's out here read out carry the was Lee you did because do you have to know not even do Mr. Window all better help you ain't so near but they should get the agile not as I think so in the sister I get to tell you what's waiting muscle run out on his healed easy fit a say it to find for an officer in the long how either I would I see it in some stimulating like the old do you show damn it bios self strong there you do so the sister on is with some shape now how I see her again and what's doing downloading that's why I could 3 you is right the said he's down his looks to arms even us lesson we go to little data he serving how you link self and have the triggers at he doing press way hard with her Shing, I ask you, and ask my video de la fumes window. I ox American minders. Oh, down, and wow, yes, actors, living there around do you get angry, and ultimate, the elf will let go, shoepism, little one, bird out, shooter thoughts, shoes, bird, and lingers, Arab, doing healing from that, I did with the thief of Hannibal Lupinos, chief of Sagan, old wound, and if it would fuse cave, he chefs deadening rat, after if you love here, say it for all pretend, as we said in the mic, hills, had you board, eat more, onto you, on us, hostile, to do with you, ever left a lot, as some hope the culture ground, young matter, accessing the center, I could do had you, hurling rather, your, so much, licious, crossing, and or Luchashadai, had a rest, the wheel, and had his service also to master at, earth, rotten, that would any her day, or word, blue, bird, and female, okay. Shall I became shall he before showed near unto hundreds of year old and in deliver earlier as a shula or odds or dash sure thing and others reading these dolation they met for their oil family and things on law being sleep that red so slum feast doing and look over friend shouting on all living the diner or that's it what or on half let into you this center of red list and this do his and dots and she's burn feast do and air no this thing all sitting relying well puts in at the cause older douche but do your own and then what is your so on the that I lost we're on how jet the the butter now is the show that sort of from there ninja and mal kill of venture as we're out on more channel either same what people can be so classes is more certain for in the website world even in spirit order in the is concluding what the out but sorting was solution just to the marbles since in on the business and I am so blue like Remy is care or in the live general and and then also statement and on that's what to get Nelly and reason here the tisking and sketch alcohol lady rubbing out relying on the air that was no skill look the other or answer boss it all that is a piece of skill social leader we see in their him be good at all way good sponsor that was a stress if they you or son they need to have sign in the web or harriet shish with on rosen science what ears on the or tip for stuff and you looking my see that skill had dash see that the terrors and not oh out this out name and she look the and either the thing looks to high no lunch oh the district box and early one I find Jesus Harry him he the style Dean say on Dean Jellers did me I they'll eat Earl turn right with people it's for bizarre all have a chance and so 16 modern zero and style Brian Kia and Rosie how come here so and that's fit from my life sing moving a lame doors in I a second it all educating so then is so fit age who's come sheer yes that's what is right that hundred for any soon as his this laws of back these stuff from even at or looking from like phone speaking lower within upper wall and boom another war late here to end day coming start close to me at I say around the battle snap house this all legal to assist in insert what could drop bullshit art and he the symbol on out he turned also some radio and upwards some cherry so lessons a cooking at she fish is in easily base good I'm she read it asked Don terrible out evil full you for watch at the sword rim bowing her up sweats at lem flows and soul so to the hill or to the even flash to the door and who makes sharp drain dodge for shit on that sell and on so me nails in that last step offering what I miss each for or offering word love true at in equal and hang on was on the man number trick better than from I think very look is speak to sir how I use that in equal if I don't have his all that's the rest we watch is true I will have a funny us to who then not from a preparing question of course can either choose the such a matter allow looking and holding on that game bobs just house his ingredient of those like small box and hard butter on the seconds bleeding fountains and retro charity and then holy for either you just let these this sugar can read the air some like sure jack and color and dear can more as like him or see more and more say black clone of and in the hands and claws mal then smacky the out any true since ads doing more so to the them thanks by wide and the bullet and has retro so have see something more it asking the speech was always even snip business like billy muscle and mixture and that's very he has she the that's so on the plus most see her on I'm at be pretty well which see sort barrel person ripping she so get up I is the most wing a serious about yourself I is all not that would be the same so brush the winkle in first little and to and over of these I owns the back the lesser and black mode of the since get server 10 for so so site so position things on me account base highly harder remake to learn and twist from opera bin by so hell as you did at what it rubber I mean well a fee but not to when John made 2 hours game about this no songs to the reals eos for next is before crossing all of the songs sensible spread or technical edge of the name thing on your wrong here long fifth thing here now he will find rubber gas rate back for duration was an do is to on the top to question retain sauce so and listens to best you can tell us was an universal as in doing the death time of contract and then I model clear or some blue if some will believe so you read them on last has a film he did say the girl had to use user more ESL the not fish had lit or so he doesn't eat asshole he's just try Turkey you can catch us in the boy in the but some tower sockets he wants I 16 and the door shares in oh there I had is here from the real to add the or shows and what's interesting the man was Hansel you rush me what man art rat shit at top living on row now our so yeah no so and skills and we'll see all for us when we caught blame always from the asking he had shit move the edge but big ball and roof yeah and so bad side the how you fire village chat shimmer is our clear which matter love is just whistle va how is the word where let's the air and ill nubs about bill boss chicken and marriage shissony or by the 7 euros not it's to right just writing so my player or loan for silly is and so I'm correctly this like I say we're on the other what has see or I like shrunk here Navy Janet sells it chat if we've got she eating for he knew say that show resit all sure yeah early thank you CJ help I will sit here links be here and rocks it builds engine you for synthesis you edit brand you love most you all gross to is I all that since the grand legend also only mission assistant that all these I got see on armor had see name was here star avenue hustle and go awesome can go couple now or learn the idea immediately uncover wag there's two about to she's some in myself that's awesome sure I cool out to her and blue okay eventually sold it under I am still trigger like things and was to between all stores and dirty haku the name you got the turn at a person to haku is involved okay worse clean you as a face spoon chocolate state and that's just no credit to there's also Nick and recent jersey hunting and shooting you dice sauce separate is alcohol smoked and all after to add balls to them seal that lost zeta we're all into set cylinder rest Lena name equals said blue as a and shorts are the rebel office building till for at course possible says I'm and just as it wash and drunk all you can control Sarah list to put or is it all the should art you is true will child Luo, saying he couldn't roar so late all. After the urban division, they got non-Chris. Sir Luke Schmidt, there him never by some night. He Chris sings he till a correction. But in Joe, he and his eye, we did him sick. Other hand, down, going to. She did for her like him, that did press. And her aim giants, on Elfie, he was out to press. Shroud, everyone saw full and I forget. Best you, but need to decide. Bring it and G. What you, I wouldn't hear. And Bob smart boy. Nora, and only I did see. Hey, listen, England from it. Is exercise bloom this. Who all say, who can't, Brad or news and should we? Here this nifty sort of little cross. Who, I'll let out even more. Ghost, has, I think, fascinating miles of say, Daddy, would deep since road, England hit it up, should be, Ninny, Nelly, Sturser, who, but the grad, you know, your kiss, Chesh, Sonic, I were, do, bit here, this was in Ela, and for you. It is exactly little mission. Tips will lost for it for except for slewing that one rant and most in this volatility. Clear. So all classes. For all, let's learn for today. I've measured ambitions. The fingers we practice some shit. Ours on my me and get chase up through. Even the end little news. It's you and random activate. Check us. This time is the never remember. On evil. Artist. I learn owing school. And then on never there. Was your health was what they do. Navy support oils that had board mean for fair millions. Said in Calvin words. This was still certain solution. On until left blue chan. From where they like here on Davis. So the king learned burn all urban fusp. In the Naros more production. Federal show for their black. Leox. Either on lateral day. Arsa. Chat free. That name rolling bit was. G. Who been several elbows. G. Evil tits. As near here. On southern. Ling at east. Head. Call check. You pull days. There's a bit of battle. All. Name rock. That is. Tease of the ring. Had outage. And we can like. Jack. Nepo eyes of an out. To see. Or in a shoe. Door. Which he is. All for the roll him. I see. Nero solid. Jab. Right of a will have you. From our solo. Then roll me softer. Or just fire. Or a bob is over. If I do a chance with among start see old tape links the batted nara fashion and go. Yellow go. Dubs for the links to all. Prayer all the side with instant. The song down free lurching go from here. The how do water for was and all as about do was for water. Lizard did he send this. And do I been bullet you had on still. No yin. He just to the suit. Who did it tell about him. Did he really go surfing arrows and salt. He had Meriden to Marfin. After his hand. Who and from tree from his ear from that. Leaf for Douluo name wrong now balloons and a sing back by and turtle. First stuff moving on can you if the even out where sure. See ting wrong off in this. As you undid he most. It's as freezing what happened. So who had all on Garnham, who found into made Louis throughout Rush this like you, losing most of her hints rich on that there would be more murder. Now no boy or Luch is out lind, doing on her stairs and as being on blips, Luch's health and that Jamson. Lady, what I did not use, I'll lean share and share. Who's killing you? I told Garrett, showing your class and auction. Not even link with Shabu. EO, or on here to until early tomorrow. I know that. I'll troll pro, but you did link. You just lay in my one. You on a one. Need that all of it. There he so he out. Now read the person. It's all of the jam. When he ran fast, she's a circle. Her life is valuable. Her no, she little so Sarah list soul. Jared split. Raw. This how you should get all day one for you. Ask for him. On this, sir, how we were. All Mr. August. Ying Chen Shu met that. The Lucia ring to go out now. Well, Inksport. I'll get never. That doing. I'll leave him. Betty skulls. Nora del damn she are spit. This old tree. She for me that. Rubbing for light. Ma. Have been cast in a duo on what tover. Inspirational for what. So Lucia was on is on the world's dance ball now. In the true in a from Rory that. By Nora for us. Full of Zivstein ice cream. If only Rory they didn't know. The most little white and shipples. These good looking assley. I've ever seen before. My heart been asked back for it. He's still asked side here not. He's going to get that for right. As smooth. He leave. Doing rules support you in me. I say the demon has. This is the eyes. The reference in my memory. Since nice chance bossy in the middle. Which were and why shoes everywhere. Sit have spots. The ass was appears on top. There are all and so as hurricanes. However, messing to those on. They be recent waves and mirrors on out. Beamer. No, missing his name for the mirror. Pulled up. 80 fish for every day. I know the strips of king. Pepsi that. That name on bought. As he came or to her at. Who all sat us like him. No didn't name you clear even or hat. It's a deal that you make people him. Then you are they're off with iron. Blue came in as he way over never fixed. Head bullet as they run that way. Then bullet him. I'll be I slew and shed some penny years and wisps. I will blue hat. Well, the symbols was faffing out. Doing the like all in the crap. These two they outspread blue hat. Although odd trees here. How is do some next the mirror. In the eye they are blue shell. Big luring his ever's strips. Slayer hat is the whistle. Net on some persons say it. Urban bubble which couldn't. These thing. You air order. Add just fence lot. Who ID on head. How often the powerful this. He is aimed to smatter will love you for. Each or that's style line 5. Was the body sort task matter center they are and their left body summer. Enough. And there be who death so the over the G muscle the trust center. And say I'm more convinced. IRC ball. Deep after after term. Unzipped doesn't was ripped in her. Fat ether's almost to be one and the less yellow and hide me holding this. The airport. Rich up to this and switch. But in now the same thing. Some that is a still thing for stitch. This was a dual cell and no as it be as you see some show. True the chase. Even some no hand. Was early right snakes for his alcohol act or do. Bring use that do sorry. It has been rushing. At it doing just has to his show was zero to them back. The Havish cut that was the pay. Never lost about engine and no head for. The inner arcade. Hey the red. All the positive. We're all these are you east and six half hands. So all they do to say ain't contest by. Everyone should do so do. Now and if you run the nicer. Deal it but some girl setting the thing out. I saw right down there. Some can have. In that answers were cool. And it's back with butter. Was say again. Yes. She hadn't saved Juxley. They're using low showed Wahaji kill him. The 5 case bot Lucius Gate of Herdon Hardy Gray, Sofro the Mountain Redstone Hall, Bob now, String of Sus Lark me, Sora Dev, Sar Hasitam J, Shubs Less, G. Rar Wound, and Ration Pounds was under, still secret his wall, hello, Disres, Nara Feston Hall, Ilchin Hair, would have burden strip, Xiao Wu, Shu's Nat, yeah, I'll go to see, I think, Hummingbirds, Leo, Swedish Herbs, Girl, Nra, and if shifts in low frame, as up band in general, that and word boy, he down her saying me, I'll yield her at the infant his shot, the point that should often, crum, not at all, he ran out at Raymond, runs up, he can't, who always fit the earl and you live a very tussle, Dom that I'm in the city, Lucian, Edio came down, Talon or Lifflin, his ears, pull the sitting over that orphan, my shree, and feet, the eating by like, Zerhin, one on the Uncle and detail, he all stack, the outside is lure at him, I say, why you love that, Lucius, where's sister, Jeep, that she will get it here, asking, he will, sizzling you. Saw doing raised till dust and see the hill, the last, he did get up now for name. He care, there's no option more, and more close to him, doing few actually, sir, all over, he went off went to wait, doing no way, Lulum's hissy, style, out is what should turn back saying, Jay isn't that, no, need station open, no, to new hat, probability, the us up, and Jay should turn at your way, how then feeling out, the tab was covered, was only them all, looking over the middle hands, if I hear you some that I reach about, has bad to sing, it can find middle, or Luch, is the other, I was in there, my Luch is the same side handle. Inside like the blade and brings her time. I'll let it begin. She's stuck. Prince Teddy out to house in her near eye. She's with his eyes. And Julie's she's to his. As the air, she to breath. All broken was a bounce greatness. I look her side and to pat him instead of fan. By the steel with snip all and house sing cinder. The boom sting on the pains I fall off. In the sky get we stop. Not let lear ours. She top me. Soon the PE lead and ours. She west side get rising second for. Since marshals in the inlet are well. Blue hand in bussy and Erlong back near. Come side and then. Saw in things at all. Alright. In spear. Luch for will is the towel hold. I revel you to super. But you can. And off your text out. Angly lost a rocking. I has old you it shows. Looking from out, evidence tried back in Hilton, you men on our sound. Cooking, or the big spit now, it far out she with us. We see much, she word, in the fret on that, savage motor of it. It's like I'll come to head and say when you have to be rufus. They say, in the early, and I'm our session, all in the she created over. Where Batos is hot air, it's equal to how you the map. She'll use you this and also. He also, I let out the sea tap, look with the hospital. One sees to me, so and be. With one white hat, which would have added to sarcasm. Oh, God, not yet once. She will put it on open. You current those. Matter too soon for a all for the shit. Doom good from the daily for us. My eyes are jumping more. Shed lip up. The peace until his always have read the sexual. Attention fair. Yes, I all you shed up to turn I have speed plus. Yes, Ling is sitting so. Well, again, no answer. There looks open. Ling I saw it was in the map. Then well out her lucky. Where you had a sun raw shooting food and obscure hosts. Ling also loved to so western after lost. If they didn't work on its smell. To hit of joking. To decide. Only on soiching. They on Mishkris by name. Go back. Loyal orchis. Had shot it fall. And down on he feeds it. In music. Nagi said back to little ransom for round. And not holds building one. There's food for not. They got. My boss are your dog. He looking for him not jam. Sir Long wing. Oh, we're in that cell shot your and to get link in the everyone's top join so hush. I regret all on span. Even way this between. Look at the injury tackle and search. This is my and mouthers it use. The so strong. Linger is phone in for now. Aver is also beat to the hill. Anyway, well let's be it for first is turn out. Some net there. Who ain't see bed on man really ended out of on door size. In the night fetch those was here it's not early. That's right. It's my why is it? Jan muscly. The dills are oh lord what you tree. I do that. Right, see, he's at his house, link, he's in his own out of on sort of she was in to let them and officers out. He still missed still through get to an age, they had no drivers. Alpha arrows, jet his and set, sort of lived, see all fear. This is Joe of the in combat. This could keep the club CGN, doing that all at point, shish and sat, spoon today, the sod goes rated out, by and sword. Dear's first switch, he shinks for the crumbs shadow, order frolics, doing my ears, raised on top of his sword, using his speed now back. And pagans, she come back to Richard. In the lane, my hat, looking at the area, to me, and his in order to clash on matter. She will take his words in black wills. And share this back, and the search is even so. He is doing the and licked behind the close to him. This side left and made it, not really way, but use his fifth mill. Drip, sure, and through the butter, slum, the rain, shish, teeth on crossing teeth, the drops, and shrig. Next, away, all gravel tracks, into hours. Back, with rim suit, she should it was in his brain of good. You still let your life tonight, then he said for all what would for. Bodies from Balkans out, and cooler as he so, he had his key link, that Asher, I know. So he made laughter, or Lucian Christed umps, die chickens, was handsome to go, I bid what. Kalu clutching after now, and jaws are not slightly lasting the way who can engine with it. With us, it's a nakedness have Joaquin, or Trua, was not, the China against the still in the suits, movie age, actually had Joaquin, like me as about Hill High. The day check out, Vixing all, added so he was at east in the end, luring all even British and to them to the boy enough. So again, so they actually think the couldn't have it did the read the beaver than lower at bang. I was and message fish from working with the line. Sash, by Anthony Marcus, the cow, little star, not the no, Erlong, Dazzle, things than world, sing re edition, swaps. So I east for little October casings of terror, is which were there out you, and it's the angle that you source her is also okay. I know at the can my house at the sort. He were one law rubbing a barring style of machine I face again. Sing it to me, Chaz could crash shiftly, all there it ultimately again. Be her the vegetable soul, turn at the correction, with all the solution, betraying, she plays you move around me. At the drain, Jace Ross and keep how this then we should or him, Shashi, I had selling the century. I can't only on things out. P for also, the wings of the Tim Shaws, full at your bank, so the middle and roll my way. Perche, be in doing on multi sauce. This between the oil have been long tree. Lira, be the best for your and being and having friend. I'm the said at Shluttle, Rary Wish and the can be one, seeing on Lord. Helly will add some to the real this time. Yuckle, Schnudge, few mining world prayer. That's it. Saying my jelly. This was a game. Lura, Litching, we had lay and proceeding number. Person the Bray Eddie, Stan Prayer, Nevu's head with me. The all doing up in Flippin. By the mom, heard I was super show. Del at us, all have to with me and you overall. Humans do it, another true. It's different. It's art of compassers in the hand. Well, do you link and their outfit? Have some real at all ashes on them in reading their words. If earth how I said all for direct on it. Shouted at Lingy, the battles begin. Next of them intermittent and will out of day. Had to act, all else, Suzanne Lina, side to Oga, she said here, he may do it, like other answer. Spin the wheel and all over after the genders. The miss of the this is now, the opponent section tools, very muscle. Yeah, that was ain't board so the turn outside, we had link and sweet air rolls. We had in the air, the eyes of the put out rate. I'm Lucia his waist and name out, recorded up one air, and he lies hilly down, king up. It did, the living will impress the for in the air. Then you can trace wear system. Both in on the I buck the battle stand, Louis needed them dead, stand, sealing, and I say this will own it. I see it if I wrote, I'll draw to raven, see it up on the bro. There's senior out or technical. Equal to answer it. You learn what I said that will soul of water. Ain't you and the day in the centuries is good with fans. Average never else. As a rear ribbon to the immediately. The ninja hang to the sea. Hints. Is all worthy as we she said. Interlay Augustin was there. But it will live in up at Saturn. Seer, Tersing Age, using the ninja top of Lucia for Dream Map. Luggage, a suit of the no hazer. In for two right. Earth, iPods, and soil, reboss, kiss, hushel, do so, happy or silling all day. Bustle in the alert, and skeleton steering up. First, get light, passing at this right likely. Near, check, have 3 phantoms matter. That's at Jayan, the back was then broke me. The little shot of Drex in Lurting Sven and Powell aspect of investment. Boom one mound has slipped to Saturn me. Yeah, sort of stay wow, and Dolphin Langosh. Then only for the rat soul poison blood. A full Jacob yes, the hill Danny's horse with one. The Dare Bear by Orphan. After so bad, the end trial as on putting their own bot and off. Elf at the Soldin, the Mob was distant, but it's not. Wait, I can hide. Raise it from her all their playing rat in the eat that dough hat all read the or the song of the tour gear and roll since this is all the then working out. On swaying to Narna, among the no hat and salt of blue, the especially had on big favor. Sure, when you cry then roll him, it reads to matter. It's made in those was very bella. No believe the unsouls to death. Salute and reals to Hendro Kenny. Reason to fire and happy. Good teacher Kenny all stars rise. Reserve breaking at what ways come attack. Wood over were my happy. Saw it, land of spirit, slowly. It hobbled or reason to me. The sin in the go have been more cheese. Anyway, urgent Bible's fury, as they would drive him east. Although all problems stay the rain had to with me. His able must rock away out to come swaying by him. She sure controlled this step. All blister in the cracker chicken itself. Among them when solution he plays blue. What but look, journey for and go. She begged to him for who sling at victory. He's angry and use chain. Under my faint bloom where they and we you help them sees he leave. All eyes to the fish, shift and give raw field of the spell have airs full in the red little soul. Niffy rose bears sail not. This time, doing the very sad. But they on I read the in the royal out of the head. In the him, then Nerkin really. Woodin's dead, had to his sheer through and ugly. Then the all yeah, dim it be to the this very boomer now dream mad on the switch dwarf to board over, and they all sound and roof for. Wait, and stab their worst. She he'll attack some other bust I will have off to him. But her feet for to rest his bleeding more so. Spin then to let me serve your soul. Soul to the bomb, so late in a week's dog, spin then loyal out of 50. Say on Bruspel cut lumber bunch from deer, and Brustard. Boards have their working MC. Ye saw unspurted hills in stack odds innocent. Flam need to match, healing also and hers from the fire. This east have a mission and dismal syndrome hospital. Dipping moon into rock, thick sunny night or loop, make boots all it kills, still in the end of control. Why, hourly or wolf needs it. Broach he left, turbulent at this wind each rig foot. Looking at a green rock, all even the police sat back his death. I answered. Sat at the had tap off mesh and the batch with your. Christmas here Evan as the mystery police. I back in your mutum. Sister, my dear, even and will more you. I let you, my sir. What is that? Jane Orkley is down until Kugan ears. Friggin' Sue, the myth, also Helly with them black rat. Sedate in here, before each eye, a suited turn at a booter at it better dance. I was looking brand. Derek the bull, wilder wound that really. Should have been facing one ball left. I am losing great hunger. Eating dear with Edhickman. Shank, Kumara, Shish, Defer to the list. I'm there at the Jim is for way to get is for all usual 8 orange, so and black, and 50. There's silver and 6 tire. Jim, hey, little person, if I would with her, I guess. Boom, bid from his empty iron. Worse steering her, yell, people, or bristle burkish, trombo to do green now. And take the time of the beginning, so when Jones step. Jim, breathe out of her heavy with them team aware to you. The front one and all like me, moons to do it. She also somehow do it. Admin, greeted to island often. There's players, friends, them smick wells, plumb simple. Is a back for the long, a full loon that happened with fine. That or actually to shrewish and serve is also. Some members leave out fish, or on to or cold and room to zest. Measures your at ill at the store, and Marie heavy broken, so I won't keep us in. Boarded and emphasize a lot slinger em. Shame, she's revolt stuff, broken to Jin Fay and Black Raptor Jet. Nanny, I share says, still whoever says he's a chain. Net sending this hilly will have ugly obligation boot and for listening the attention, since there can mean, inch by shale, so simple. The little stand and said, blue, Tom had to work measles, and as the air from Arno happy beef, will can say, I will meet, I like me and install function, sure can be here humbish, shoulder sided silly, triple head or health, all the old take me rail reach, their sound is about yatter to rock, quicker crush of by our units inside from our bell. That's our food or happy, is a real pitch, how would you it all do world to have happy, see, string, name, offer, grandma, they don't got. did put enough of so could sit in the shim that did food there and for put in more season we were careful but to see in to the able to have a certain we're all announced that we're dead that's a that we Jesus to the between 10 and 5 news and our game by little and turn all may wear world soon so why or give me her would bring her in front of you because you not she does a picture dear self selling blue and turf she also going to be as lucky we what if we're this but following living like has spoken at you see and you got to do this I into on all so that or not and you are wouldn't be all so he's looked at him learn old science into the idea or complete ending pop shot racks in that next no Evans position for the lower in his straight so available so gives him to the all so sound like his RD differs thought deeply or you want to tell I eat him pull vent your shear that bit of sure that I saw see Erlong so let go at us teach the duty back like me bad the way first was on so the city and the shit walk the back room we're all slipped and loading with you walk by are you real joy all sleek sister the rumor is bad we're on the road and on the village do you link on my blue now I know that you would do all now who can take the circles I'll just this and he's in the all dog if waiting and ready master yes it's got parliament circle if so iron with teasings lonely and steel stands on SI so of the heart looking a and plus seems seem out I use desert these years that you there little after beating on children if leaving the circle goes that will be sister I hear you do all recently bits of her to face that your leaks are you under serving as he doing the ability to that one is all the next to here cheers some talk to me there now spousal cottage here now while the afternoon since a good in late schooling new and now I would sure jump out all gospel to burn that guy all doesn't hurt seeing that for taking out no on Julu that must right this goes I and with the problem trust shin tumbly already that old set with little main next really with the sauce this black can be off frame with after this to in the that even the hospitals can looking our English can go to the shanks with it the was more matching it'll travel I'll have dump it to the pattern learn that one shall like to the door and fascinated of pattern and he trailed that remember probably sure to be honest on function the man scooter K he's is there second just this often I fund run look across it all and like who's be do I do mass to news on thing that rotten was handed good on him do I better I say true wrong you go in the chin the clip shimmy he will the blue is absolutely and let it go that to you saying that me shibson he'll say an out I wear the 9 but essentially in action but to slash match and not oops well that's like this is brother one west and raw links to floyd yeah you till it still I'm having very cool that's this check with revenge there goes but that's something wrong this round out her that which we in the cast is all look here dubs all no and fairly here the other because she was over in the roads for what she knows how to could get as a do lunch after you what we're on they go to the Erlong but didn't give her property and now at long show don't have the roles to more Learns book likely shot no she felt shins or to her he is this in so she invested so was you in my doing if having thought but my zabu and sir got the huds and roles doing as go later let's do or wheels also in some almost also need only under all your learn from parents buzzer high all yener part go and it's not I need all else so she had how she'll things I say how to in the value and now you'll be in more that's her kill right or all in it do be that only at least most good and you to all your stones have to be asking the do wrong connection doing answers here strong blood all has their soul share and so on phone bit wonder all these race but something or legend bit which crossing but in the flat let have street he has a car set DC more to soul to their own smooth for go free and to have under your sorry net and I'll be actually right for you and actually like it doing I thought I'm a password something on it all under your own bit have you bit which is all the Lord asking the actual concert Mrs. Ransom and with the final one oh you're so up what in some shall bus and beans come and little emotions is this bella chatting out so we went to pound on the go at the fish seen and I'll you slay files are sorry of the only money sir and what was he both and not with discussions under how welfare sealed try to just do get curly shelly on crash should for caution so she'll have to sleep he has said but that's never for all and loves doing the when monk lean the function head how are you all was in a food in the menu chef more time should spell do out make hot anyone does you will somehow then after in with long lane or no and to make together go in and cigar files looking to yin prayer terry okay and stick just outside little lost show using the thread well on air album was definitely she had the greater she's her sister do nice to more we're also using the slash with her I bet how did that more is sorry saw I which friends so far you're under the star before and know her that was the they did no answer you for the face written class or we would have shoes so nice police you pressure America would be handle logic sounds and band is run said Burnster Sterling shows the muters through laws speakable their video logic had her I know how I was just what up inside just enough she got to the second is we're on to the days of all don't rush as he says people you don't to bring out to like run do ending a second for your born going children through one day I'll shoot her and how you're working hard has been there as we bet to fashion hinge nice yellow then station to the X this one saying as a these are the side the monkey more to the excentric here home in or sitting side doing you think we're and then needed the wisdom from not experiencing no not some doing can be ilsing a shadow discovery fooling is that for him during the outer scheme show you have to money show profit but sham for the shit away who just be so living and so you have to right play me sure of yourself rich shoot out shoot the curtains from her knee was not his in having her soul it's in ring out selling cat zero bills month if the okay doing rich in the is low really see shoot should I you think she out the name, run and ring I'm natural, you ask just learns same on to her as a sound so long to goodbye. Shows a raw, she wrote the fine Italy, since her it's all should be, Lulo so you exist, down now is fling out. Other days, there was Sarah, Lulo asked, Jet bird by him, Luron read a show sicker. And he says, missing center is I will see to go sitting right. And now you can just still ding out, a silly out, we can sat his ankle, Al, and dinger need to sit right. Right, do in the metal, he the long silly right. Under the night of midday rap, and of same and rare him better as taken to out. How, speed silly right, news for COVID. Luron helps, then chat, the Xing as birds, but he having. So, Lucian, we're lower, heavily in law around it, be our soul on a first soul needing for X name, Singer Sun, Ulam, and take my head and all. I am Ulas first now at black eye, does he bear and soul, the Venus and bones soul, this are soul, those the current soul, as heavy busts in these, till you measures, outing all these would loom, he's ilker levies, Ul didn't get their clumps, his it, would be an Ul truly, but murdered things. Oh, Hammer state, John said, his eye from the foundation had joy, but found that you chatting been hit, it's that shit is ice, sumptuous and ritual so that he is provisions of that fine, Booer had equal with the Ul will the crutches in Brum missing, would dribble where, these of toddling at Brinson locally, boom lock that oh, learn fat, butter, sorry, but Cessor, I the reason for she, I of him, looking at life, I, and Erlong, Ulan, and the Boom can't then to the side. Small woman can trust you me. I heard subject to Jing the Wapiam Kitchen Rocket. You meru hand the company. He bait for a night. He's in hitch come being off Fabulous Jeffrey. Ling Osley into the world. So long. Elvis go ahead remember said. Ooh lift head. The flip and internet back out in. You master that here say. He process solid point. Air remover and ray. 2 kitchen. Be a man blue eye. I hit chin here in the best with concept kitchen. This is just eating. This is cooks out soul days and matter as bill. If they boy the computer I hitch. Doing on cinema. Hitch for ass. Let the touch and fur. Mr. Moore. Honoring Soffer for nursing iron. Julie's trucks filled cream. Seven lost your eye. Emerson and heavy roofing. Lumber hair where up mass and ill bite. Elky brown project. Sus shut off slow. Other thing. Honor is trooper. He rocked all was I. Hot the iron lad. Yeah. Those no fun. And more. One luch in boost. And not above before East PLL Potion for so. Only 18 cents. Yeah. Gem also in busting. Is the third eye. Shed times. And control with arms. Howard. She sat. The rule is small here. Depths. And more than be. Hatch last. Into Uranus. And from all the Hips up the shading. Those ends. Rubbing. Small muffin. You uncle Sutton with jeans deliver me. Left that stay as your house today. Charity sounds move words. Fear IK for it. Weighing is breakfast. I didn't root. I did. To LE is satisfied. Watching room from Matthew. What embraces it for what you can say. Is here ignorant cooks of Abraham. Error. Don't think French. Atomic business. Cycle there. Is the Benz of me. Is hot the best parcel. Under is fading around higher. If he's not. After I look. Hung ships. Well, Portly. Do a turn tungsten. As I do that. So to be. Have the kinders out. Gizzle the nose of lane. Beside about his very and was found as simply look at over. As your team mission. Will eat cash that right. But shade came from the library. Rubbing, it's near Hinchos, I see by a was named, Shimple, waiting up and Liaxes, Iris, or State Cotton White, Virtual Austin, and Hindu, whom you never know, did Hassan, the Brewer, Shelton, Jordan, Lori, Ludia, I say, Spinner, Stephen, out of the he has to be, Wajum, Lucia, Sting, which they have my diff, and will have been no, if I don't swear, on stock or food, in Lucky, see it was brittle, Bremo, as I said, turning as to Qing, but dead on Soxton, the hour was king about, playing out so is that, in up Lucia, Java, is I comparable, delivery, shooting out, look with it, the minter is small soul, and I will watch where. Was really Shedbert Twitch for Abraham. She him and young all you cowards. You're out, you book here now. Out shoots if you. Unas, yes, me. I want was a proof. I want to count things. Shames and phone. They'll let the rest with him. Oh, it's my thing. What him? How I don't mind the consider sit here. Devlin, Luing S. I if we're hanging on and if the fiction way shaking not in the turn around the Shatter and they and out and shrink get against. Let's forget what Saturdays. It's so out to the and it's trim time of their Darren Blue Eye. Twitch by slim airport. Unless she and do other by Twitch makes snitch get. She can not compare. Start him much with his hand. Shaking that lowest known as I hand more. You're under the I look at back, but really in the matters of the don't this ass low, burst to do earth some simply say change weekly at the glow, waiting rock turns, dead brazil here, the side church to their at blue news event. Every day I sent to do yin shoot, rubber wage to back day down sir. All in people set for style or who feels enough show. The but long seem is separate is alcohol, he will have any bill for pattern. Shall had lay all over the students in out. Side blue hockey's misery iron no I could less shit. Moving fan, pretty clear on inch there's a worse into hospital. You hit on top, year long swim sweat and rates, she say the things, and not versus so feel given her. East on that can't be good linear, long go like to black and well sick me and Ivan and Tartan. Looking at the diet with the several also current to have to can infect me. Turn as cowl, if you're booter at your blue, seems to get half a month since she put lings on be or different. Bruce and cold till I bustle or cousin up. D the qual which person in east and that way. Versus slow with our flow and so having not play their sack. Bustle and that yin soon your eye, burst and EBD factum. Jing there met bone out turns hurts no solid. Jing on the word will say flash after as the brain or face. The river, the use earth, I don't know a look. Ling at Emma Sir Hill, links with the Hugh on temp to from kid to their denout off. Not look the system. Who are making the amateur sound to tire to and loading Lule's office and favorable to spring low and in their these feet. That wasn't content name. That was cool. And I haven't ten, but perhaps a mister on way. Eagles and fits. Can have some Lule's mix. They look rough. Often and my blue show was like so high. As me chic and well, there were a lot. We're on the looks and have some with style. Epic and you're even coming in the low use and you ain't it. And saw you reading them. Ether and ring. Nesca. Out for red gosh. Harem and looking. Uncanny. Oral. Ether and was doing it with Taberman. Tender and chill down. And see through a hatred in it. Lure you're laying between the savage lit soul. You stand blinder the blunt and examining it. And tailors. Fame on the figures. Here's her. Office the relationship. It's your APBT. The arrange. Now they all I world. I'm here. Let's sit down. Has to in your to me too. Douluo. Edler Arl Dressel. Removable. And like. That happy. The church and world fear. Either in the trend and was president. Clifford Nessel with Lunar hat. Not even for Adelaide and Dropper. Doing that. Sexer. They do. Sock. Creator and lay irons. Or you want to murder so commander at. All I feel that's not can use. Judge me funny and whistle. And all fully branch or me. Up in this insurance and blue hockey or middle with shade. Or eating the own brand them. At a lighting the sturgeon to have for night marshal I'm hazel. In fossil very from that like. Third off it. He all blue fade. The thundercast and bottom and Edmonds. Holden still. Hills and Athens. On the head on his snorkeling for. Lunar hair. Jumping out into the house. Early. Is members. All around student. All everywhere was so do. Alright. This man commanders could. Lulu doing understand they bought. She's lost in his interest Presley. The lid branch were ready enough to see the big. Blonded him. Shinder. Oh, nay, waymers. Do you leave his hitter? Sir, look, dudding. For get you. Chinton has one bit. Odd body and gold goose and an but also race in the nest of her. Who ought to be bad. J. Solitally. And Aaron and Law Water me for lingered with her. This wrong way. We know how this war it. She Lulu made back. She understand that. It's with the boom and air will you last. Can strip strip them right. Boo had it. The movers late night and night. Douluo is made on. And neither can it. Jabber losing as wasting when I written. I said, they may you looting and or David. Sterling. All the right. A beating. Do you just say or have come narration out of it. Sinjib ancient with mouth. Also out and I was not till him balls me couldn't. Learn his hair in his eye. That ain't there's that Erlong is desk when we need to. Arachne, would have walking. It's written. Do you link champions? Completer. The not women didn't have them. Action to get minute. You link one fish. Body on name. Need to lobby. Name Patron's good at I have with us name. Is burn Zukin, we meet I will be Smith and working in Bones Kayakan, and the Vaja at Size Beaver State, Santing Edican, Ralph and Nimon Dos Kim Licknet, Every Lipia, Ulik Jas, and Fat Bay Luhan, Undit no the Kimos to Aaron, Shahil Smatter, all near the Crab American and Milos on no her Miss Mara was Ashby Duxley. Wake at their team dust, just had this I heard just matter. She had all the like, Gal How Javier Sashi, I shall have and speak more, you will please. Or so dead was soups, you saw that guy, but my bomb, my old blue on, and the Naj hustling to the berries, all exiled you might make like this. 28 6 half volunteer little saw the process and then the vegetable soul and the case cylinder Neros but on limbly with running to show what this weekend out in a little answer of government entry here is name your choice from on to school y'all so he was being little smell your ginger haku can you figure to 8 soldiers or adject numerous the word has let that relate soul it's for here who's call you let your test is the render doing some and so in this you don't get on dolphin clever bus and need to tap on out watch him with who's indulge back you is all eventually school and he's in here will be it bring to better show and future once so he ain't to ming grenade Matt dread on the duo and loon up down I admire there spin being sure and I monkey said that dog is on me more at work doing orderly since he's 48 they're on here under her left healers of the speed dirty living says long hard on the sub overall since found read Rosalind games own the best thing joy came up where the out learning and you hurried around cluster his ways and left needs worthy the past the measure hustle so sorry by your sky honking and hang the mood are having games so Nick or visit start with you have love was you there just was super big shape the hair here everyone I can venture all in Zulu K everything so need items some sub it's undated from not inside in stream in your post foul and will come in have him Indian and you need this last on your and see yours is blue Nero and out Lulum saying yeah we have idea is angle for well angel of ever little we not date gas at roar Lucia has in the Martini for it do you link show is allowing on but you make excited rather than names in on your family secretary is collaborative as ordered by the my side should all odds and with the kind of mood sure will stay on me within funds tree I cook send I do excuse me for neither I am real old son right Chumer like the idea looking shout and on for the shoot and waste under her mass trust insert and wood of either and they will send me what late excellent chunky as man here this do and lost late I can error for you through the later sourcefully everywhere so I said towards the last breath blue hakim should be named GA store lots of injury haku few near or refuge and can from woods the there's not here should enter them in a list bulletins on blue sure once you and rotate so DK has been a bloom to my outside lectures similar and lot reason heavy conceiving certain K it's the there to see case are will be saying writers you could such vegetable and have him love face I each K or the Qing work review under at they there but how the milk could blue on the there's will who the tough display with the current turns GK had printed blood see that are being second of her turn didn't I for apple pull after in this the conjugated in the people in their food and some figs some having very sadly as all the run from so one them sign face do you and out for code ricky as true sir I just say you are happy like this Link was Sir Assis, Chi Lunary, Sir Harprelli Pastis, Carol is on Opera, Simes Bitchy, I don't see where to say, so I'm eating, do ya split you Harlong, Inner, say your Shirley, Aldi Allsler, Zingar or the Moo, Daliper, say your little Abs in Fulman, her own hair in the hotel, I would be Siebler that, or we are ill, Sanch, the thing he was he yet checkered in the more, the war I got him, as a time, elated if I savant it, and looks on little jackets, either or something, dark light long, they have veiled it were in blood, is that Shazaz, Epsing blood, they're simple, Bowman, were rejected, they 10-year-olds, so live rings, spade like a spinning kid, the people the same time as AI. By the metal wires, the wood down in Eastman's Valzer die, also work can put Bundes blood, dark life, stress of the J. Worlds of Pickers, and Bunting Road and Wilson, both high team visitors, so answered the 20 heroes iron more and British gone raw at a tough for Blames on stiff but some lost it heralded the rank at the as some cut stern the black hole so no lucky until was operated and Quizman was or Hatton narrative these the campaign before they had rumbling at the tire was that the marriage tribe yeah Eric and send the blurry running over and more meals with as the arsel cover and has me over sing like it's near near the speed rings off so main fighter many certain seal soldiers of the king certain is interfere in the circle like who are you bringing seal soldiers look up old looking into the side are able out here crying hot yeah will fierce and rap pruner just over there for the who and the eastern here doing the sling handedly drag hawks and is or earrings black for some and her standard build of increasing into the schisser and ribbon feet out kiss ring up soul of I sincere name mercer worth and words the index will turning around then speak of for just from its speaker who are really besering the Latin of the year we don't every and everything and this not blurring ring ash are at with her sin this effects cycles on green or treasure only reckons to be set earthly hidden blurring alien into let you could I know feel suction with your slightly thing so on sharing rock see this there was 3 followed and so kills so I will first so show Jenny and look at the edict of subscreener that you then even look like out blue one had out all the reader likes below sucker at fifth curl cut that backward lucian mouth on for that buddy matter that you meant you are this from these matter no the fantastic children to dark was to read this the she could do along the board the low in the boom such you sat what was words the best matter for true little rolling and it was alright for certain be federal for so but the boss and our rage so in listen there this all the other text all names have dark castle here willing dark lesser is telling the basic will wings out choosing that shall this will the big hard center is who close to make through oh you're in fast no me makes this merle so I heard that yes then conskis mother lost of some levels what he is losing just for he has to throw these big I can leave some sandy cry blood were like even more like laking man but also I'm so matter from that's that bleeding and strong printer they draw or in the where has he said he accessible certain now worth like here yeah low okay on Rossen for the dog from the line sway by nipple and they fair inside doing lower running back I say some his making from as that suck from vine little of the fuel your speed like warrior share and price roof under drop Thames also warm catch you're doing these out most even Prince Light can you make some matters 3 fifths he asked and he's happy there can you see Justin do such or did he ask about they even sounds to the view matters why lives with Gilmore kills on Liesel Cyrus Hall I brand it way to she says of in the east Mr. Nighting Red does it or all TV and stuff sorry sure yeah doing the video he I think see inconsistent door circle to them said as so is left for to active your best yellow average holocaust the sound just to even tear on cancel term deadly to him following off shows there does it rumor and wing out rooms her every install a bank on the zero when leave to get it as for that or J again it's the mobile is the whatever signs they at best a brand of old litres here hot what or he somehow use back all year for rather I bring first sneak fist bone Mitchell see always in old neros hey how you like to me yes may man go and what little guys early that nettle was in some through real could you to have every set TA revenue 7 today didn't understand the bold Kessel year die low year but just business consultant still she had a new of the grubs for and there should be the you day dead I do such it's been technique so low you'll get it here all can convince all case appeal as so low to the way this is sort of vidance since the word is out of most of the first and come back little rush it is in forever they'll this down can the returned it is supplementary the bad or bad or man darling half of the long around fell it little precaution reaching are you how you do it there was a river from that this is almost so low lord do you want to make it near which so days and ever right then can't figure you sir humble rampie it's them everything the land that they're here or some soldier in a rack airborne or jam with best best murder system a rest for rubber and marble over they in the face I had the brand of sheer and out he had showing his out into stop but no red flat row x-ray even ball trinidad to first tag little doing shower it was led by the and back glass this loss yeah middle sides chill on it just for pay from dog cares you little number I'm as service from the people old great if I dress it's carpet which fair burn in a bit jam mainly or I will doing it and limbs the heart learn right oh you know right you be shit out turtle do you he was a see I've shown for see there from see go you doing self loss difference in looking who will pay your you see sermons get not sure I'll search seconds you just computing solar after this big meeting little weird living and hell and so let us house Sir, soft and Lucial and left to have his systems has and be Miller. You want to do less sign. You have a me, show over, if you be in less. Do it, stars and do, I'll do it, fun. Rewards, spend bad, you call the ad frame. For half your mouse, skin off must and that see, I'm boring us. My best, I never will at. Isn't bring, we're on US, and jack wings, sat and little screw to losing jams at the age. Shield, those are jammed out, or I get from no idea. Xiao Wu, somebody wears, Luchna, liberal new ansel, wasn't. That you learned as was she, or on that, radically, yes, it rain. That's the old to give her neck, and look to come down restrictions with small, nothing chat. Average, let it, still predictable, soon more, way for Quebec. Losing my limit, Danny, learn loan in essay, she doesn't take her hose. Don't you all say, Chef Winter, or Uncle Saturday, in order, she would know, addition the blade, equally sacred, Xiao Wu, I have streets to bring back Lucia, or on the lid of the sun, the heavy sea invisible, the upper glass other hand in, equally, they'll do, do it, say, I knew our, weird day at end of, Kirtle, Wounded, the rock, which on the iron, there's list, so that, whom will split, who's a derma, well, so, Tom and Harem, the map, way to ride it out, working food, Lula, and dough, power, the spirits to all the others, and they're all from me, J.S., real to each and I do say. Blur our hero, I am this arm to your lady sirs. Any all shift can buzz be in shots to do Latin I Douluo of K. You just I would bring for looking at my red since out I took paper lift. Now pass along the brass rods. The sulfin now are very lift and all cherry out where I split. She was amazing here. He sat with the infant look at the shape. I'm moving. I brutally eat. I'm doing body. So okay to that. Got under show that. Like keeping the dress long hair board. Long lash by concentrate, there's fees in the function. The animals go and sing the dudes, then you first in hand, just for them are the souls competition suffuse it again. Do then, steer our scene must me. When world against Saturn, do your good the American jet, at all some jet world selection, and two covenants by sats, and father the limit then number 3 however, it got a team to strong. Early 18 the that go okay, builds clash and go. At all intermittent death, I do use merchant. The end, it got a surviving in terrace. Roofing for listen at this team. El sucking the answer or each sense. The do you sent time, muttered for IT, Marshall Addison, take our slice of earth, hitting your lap to side. She will tell you, no happy, with the divine of so matter, that per frail and kill. Was canny for earth, the concept, their light of so hatching. He CG at a type, backer says, she rare and out, think that he is still, London, right, all I knew with you. You just hit me, almost turns slow, as our next summer, the thing in less matter. You have a zone nourishing, Lucian, his listen, then mind of him shall give him, Dilmshi, the soaking structure of the big eyesel. He left it so could standing to me, Bailey, was not for no but could she, who let it, Session, you enter, who I'd miss, also over away boy, and not have, they that, even until I can. Tommy Os watching, but unhappy, and take her and bring modern patch of G. K. Hard and Wolves, Uzo, Ringo Acton, they will let her accept me. The Zowell died, Billy Mock, who at Syndrome, Hanton Hat, who lost it, the Ava star blind to sand. Chinamian, they had lumps to nope the Orla, and each at Chio 10 G volumes. Subtrol team for me, the Toish Hacking is for me, defending me. In all, just a verder either. On their Jis and Nico as in China. Telling when the Ujays, next to his fault, his response with the Apex key, Unity from message. She was he, you now ill use for that. All Hanton, Uns sell, you and that's doing little ease of effects matter. Yelling, what is all the linkables. All could do high balls and easily lush with that is getting us. You do think that evil, but you never down. People for I don't know insta red to her. If that is craftsman, see you sign up. You the show you jump pouch and darling. Sure you murder hearts that X the show and the brain. House did see the tratis was straight. Do you at an that's key or says the blow gardens it. Erlong or office office with Wilson death. Sniff of Wilson death. Sis went from the hills. Loom death and death his. Hey, leave the fall into its ask the trust. This will you the Tom shares me rush. My rocket tiltion to his. Little school. I'm these. That's the for me. Need to hey and we saw tree. And we get hatching for something to Little get with food and grant. As he answered, who also chalks your case. Anything muddy or wrestling in wearing. Status holster pay rather be sack content. Badly have a great roll to I raise your no own in this act. But I doing I to pay for these two held Jesus. I'm wet may bottom. Josh 50 year old them so used and oral do. Little thing this trend so he had decent around him do and the bite the Irish so evil do taking problem. But we rating as for air this room. Another lab doing acid ill deal. Being up to the filter the from no bill. By wet raw she pass it in soldier push left. Phil T. Yes it just rubber very what's for doing gentle risk. Gas yell and back at doing and shared the sink doing their hand sold sober. Why most cut on is in the birds roars. Do yes around sire. Doing that did and simple. Winner behind it. String show wrong. Full shorter than stood that night. And flew on its of Ming. One you took under. Which cleave you rents and quit done it. Let's he's on way. What then gas. Losing set and all last mouth. Oh Jesus. I on the case. Ever just let a shake them so the course. One thing I would they open. No do fingers wasn't taking me. On keep suit for Zuch. Then Wilson's power. It's me leave. That's all ladies and the event. Well, they were still train out. Earned the drain. Willfully had those swim the dick and jing it. Showing soon. Of successor. I would go on to the gamers there you open. Where you stand is the time I will ask. Doing a hand. Net juggers and more. That lot of are or at. So well, Lucia on that. Except when I leave. Do get from that. They have some fleas. So Lucia that look well are laying. Supposing to it after time. Lucian you. Away I was case. They can see. They don't smiss. Do you place cross the alert. And have joking. They're under. Better moving out, shikana was off, that leave constant term, rearding and sadly noticed. Add a bluff when that monster, bro, these balls is forever. There are two in the sour, this children ross, they tell code, go you do, all of his ways if I saw the her, snatching out her, nerdy her bomber, all the best, ruling off, fling our dorsal, I feel I've back on his eyes. Moving along with you. Xiao Wu inside. Then he knew yourself. No, you see for you, sir. Doing turn his shell the crack. Also, heaven, then follow me. And I see all fossil out of the living rep and all smell. Worse can he go by himself to see. Who asks slice feather to pump and shouldn't head. Does like this. Doing nothing these with the fossil. Look, the his hatter. Blue on the heavens. Adder tear and bar put a hand on this. But he suppresses where here. Boy, don't you love and money. Get her in my soul. Asking, should you be entering her face? There's a shot this butter. Bring my room seals to. After it says, shaking at you later they may. In who lost it should have moved over the Shimili. Him following at anything. Let me days being at the same. With the upper fully. On set. Nor are he. He had a for home in Paul. First of all, letter. If refuge to sit in a level to your us. G has still from Alex. Xiao Wu and Lu Irvin the case. We all should in at case or all stuff. Aston Dick at a pattern judgment. Badly on the Helen over here. Aaron and Sheriff Wadish. Olsen's all for this case matter. The Lord. Never victim in this. Find those inside the Lord. House is at your raiment. When can't get if you buy. Luger bought for more Welsh songs here. But the is a sock name boss his taste. Those sing for Zilly Balls. He had no stars lean and her also we are for all you. Speed shoot said. Has worked all in that all field to was a proof of film this there's watches on. With this yeah, Jake returned to iron just there in off with the cheap long head his must help none out. Fall to the try or sick of house. Ling level to world long and long. Sons graces to the arrow the versus now losing. And the ording stir has also read it. Yes, as rare dose and will set on hundred rules or item. First to first heads in them that was says that nest they were such ear and that's all our has to be in the you had one apple bookings. Jay was listening 10 and a under my pop shown that he didn't kill. It is a very way model can speak and wishes. Late in of the wild turd. Eason now eat of your own children can sheer by people who does it in the head of hot. Other late heavy number hounding on us. Or an action he leads and when the drill is self. No career good to say now. Else do said about it. Substance third minutes. Wild girl. My way. Then and us the crossers stumbles. By out of it. Have the from the ass after what you go. Where has and no way out. Easter as God. Shaw will rat the ass never way. Longer if he's a killer ram. There goes from spring with each people out. Sleep on the haters. She being at the facial sherman. Burning. Urgent. Wasn't shall kiss at weird. Rumble edge some back from my way to Taddy. Losing some off the sniffy old ticket. Here's 10 out of 10 of 2. Nicky light and honest now. That even red spar. Clean fatty. Shit was no. You for your John. Nicky losing I saw that. But we ain't odds that each nifty angel shivich. Hire this nifty and each shit. And at the old dump so he. Never all say the happen with. I've breath yeah with sauce. Chaser. Ninja. Such a what bullshit. You can barely eat on TV. Moving noises. Full and solid. Jolls of shit. Long. You can has even after built you. Soften it. Out ain't no one home doors for deep now. I don't have to lose and listen. Losing at the same. So it's a name on name on that. It ain't good the end. Hey, that isn't doesn't war all you. Oh, you can give hand mods into the ass or walk in its own kind of function. Up in the outside, it will have his action worse through. She said, hey, Zoo, and you from nowhere. A contain of the Asian people to it is say up the things and how to the monster. Let his little sign, name or limit. There ain't you, it would go and to all what's what he's what through her virgin. Ain't on what specific man limit. There ain't real as it. Sure for you, hustle riskling. The zero is figure, very particular. Her run shares at a cat with little win. LD you can email on Apple's Harem 6 giant. That raw valley mob. This guy Abby happy hot. Nins her chart. Wish club there. Slop then 3 and the same person. It ain't who she's at your hair. I'll hash boss. But Jing Hurston. Seeker. Mom being and send in other body with lips. Ain't wrong is having bought in this order. Things this blame me cut and over. Keep so on the need with on symptoms and chat by this link you could level during sushi's view. I need to fire. Eels melt. The evil. He had left out must. This hit a clue. Fat hit. String. Oh, gift spread. Why it. Lucian came there. Jadia. Rosy cat. Schlafts there. Cider people. We see leap 10 goals speed. Even at armor gustos. Study and it away. Lucian. Cat side. This will be learned have people to. Course of Fraser eat. I had a crimson. It grew my on and even more time. Would choose to tell by. Feeling my warrior. Where she hits her hurdle. I was should some insults no. A sentence. All over. Shit on for their another. Our favorite. The story of Steve Arm. The rock. Rising rare. Built hit. In lane night tape. After and now said Arborfus. Lucian wrong to all way from the years. The town and beast. But who's chum up and day. Always was a gus. Oh, he found their drop following up. So, you can with a lot. Feel be all your my African critics. There, the bats I'm so being here or so bad. We're half of the muscle in crop of that. So, with Phil's right, and Sarah the Prophet rather. Rost and Price fan also be found be way. Shares in this link you have variance at all over. Link look at her worst of being sold for setter even see. This earth of in the dark force, then sure in that last westing I sold. I hear list me so that. That's one left over in 0. Says of dinner. Being evil so done. Her own arts leap about because that. For all the little angles. Old and trip so Lucia Jen sing my way. Rosh the door these rare. She read the boots info. Her looms this insert. Now for the Zovins 0. A finger to load spill in a rabbi of you with the race. From sold squill now. We rattle will see during the with this. Plus not frosted in the girls as it. Never put this out. Hair name rose up for low studently. And shall any from her outer angles. Meth and ropes stalking shoe. Even sword those are limit. Brittle fire. Clean worries. She rescued shattered the own beer. She saw fan rose up. Built a little tickle your window. Turning at big butter some no. Hossy Lucia fought them. You'll be me to for ripping plus ass. Aura centuries looting Irish off. Aqua, one of these other shows, trebly solid. Singer of Viral, Singer first struck in accuracy. Well, in certain that mainly the line of Strasay Gulf of Blue Jailing. These ambifish people check to student for passing a handy. Yling of Liam shall be pinned with and pardoned. The was a fat bed of her rules came and most people look we have unstosel that were excel jadent versatile blank case lash in the bibs blank shrat logo nothing will be circumcision the adverse in hell's good and like water and parity silver blow eyes are in with work but she wouldn't of kisser that's everything yeah you got me from so said no it to the black ross in hand running from order of all the not yet navigate in one crack for woes is also and preferred he they all had share of the rules net of the mates for lots of same and if you would crack him's still not one provides hard work for subs win tech but now the subs in the blue and for those Eddie low non hibbies push the right is never link to playing over the door it is blue and the veteran killing on more is all near rapidly but soon but was survival those cable so his while you all these present so that your light is about you being old into the world singling ying said and that first all after I enter she's to as reeling pure I owe so slivered so wrong out you look at healing like this across the years across road in her half old but get mercy for me healing less phone it's been and I'll be sorry none for the all wrestle so eats and as to kings will say number cycling victim with this consisting the map she's sorely this lie her six from the set that under she will also what losing into healing archie hell healing the battle as you best as well and I should be in the prayer as I also been healing you in Shelly no I will end have the all and soul as mill the souls taking to matter links and also I she so dead it Lucius only climb linksmith he dead it so away from soul that they were action way faded links to soul there the actions come out with the tap feet further force have to have it's being over now have the doing that smoke in the Jenny's buzzers were straight on the like that and bring out my that he was the passer on blue and other shit wrong looking such as her face and swans getting who's it things new runny leaking such trade plan shrinking of the red was loaded quickly she through his party from there but now the right he Lucius is last and sharp say and doubtful few handles speed well such thing was outside wrong glue outside no little KO shirt was there for squeak so bad that M6 would not wrong only look say ever but when rat that your hat is to red I didn't you rose into the wasn't in my beside out number oh I had this mouth for some so I really zoom I am both link what I blew at her so like so lid Lucius guard zooming things in her studio just zooming things to which I see there we're all so real have face among us zooming shot the main dipster with an electro this detail you know for you zooming mostly her close fitness go at show zoom we was this main for minute to zooming and yes so near and the will here did mummy Curses following and link who's going then will see ever little bit edges her or times so from the thing that is so on and back doesn't look over it not much save new from the or after here on 8 we can do asking the and will be as sheer model is not on see outer PMSL at fate why are that nerd will show and will show this all active murders are me minako have written everyone said for certain no earth and doctor Lucas little new must third gas station running with the better simple to right Sima water and blasters here at month zig after third that year has a reliable resistance huge tools into like system needs keep that soon and all intenders are old pick longer one was using not go back to how burning and be huge cat neighbor on head and running at red it's looking here matter fuel for project which message them they did not lose her lip shit how it work was so kissels we with so use that red so go if you're yourself we can just with him loose lord here is virulent among the feeling the century I've seen oh sure it'll watch his beam still and raise like who right oh the man back up yes careful the also red throw away was I didn't even was the solo humble ernst with left and after toughly comfort say or in the voice a man loved direction then no produces just would so can't he losing more clear in color we have so in left of Jeffy the again things so and us asked to let all the who's that's sleep world of the soul he's so longer come from the shirt is with room so are going fizzle they my bill which a better ortal oil salmon doing seven was leave at just boy you so he's some slash the or rich and old off say chat from hassle the red little system he inside materials you really snipe it so he's so I should hear some rebel wives had help building they'll buy dog and their midsur you who sort of with the or so since actually and then have it is to run his unable to said he gave to be in this and person he said delicate those say add not he too said soft use it you Jenny wet room she to crab be lips and that could help said I doing live with zero out nimrod red even hello chick that gets doing for health buddy else by things as just for in that doing so and so the girl was my yellow things less here the feeling over he's all trust shot awesome everything us the scenes was even she under connect her reckon I'll watch the air nothing no one was feeling fish was good and so of it she moved never share so I have people this making up she said the Listen, only in G, Odin word long night is there is the matter that hands. How do it dash? Jibber do hells. Is that one you pull ergo? Boom, there you build all trails. Who that elan, her so yes, the room as new machine on play came down. Hey, you rush it, sir. How it is to do healing hair so we long arm. This is even for a swell. Outlook over medicine. He would dress. Larry woe. On conversation. Number just so her it would channel set hot. Theo working. I'm a clear with life. He is only almost all on cost fan. It's first of all, but should be boy or you not. Fear her skin me winter as the big healing mindset. Nuclear world is pleading open. Over you will have it will filter and run all norses. Today, the vapor of spring, this can have been slippered, the crowns of an interval, what a circle, so simply, building club made in the myth, this of the black lovely, the light azure, all with batter down the bird, and the pestle, your implement of lids of, this list fulfillment, see this rooms up cool, snow at Eli with Nilim, your odor saw the side and saw zuch for like clueless, as you see, zing to Jerusalem, as if his as hammer, all lingering in the so you miss it. Mongs zing out, as you know, you sells my art and means and forces can eat the ammo zoom up. Saving of matter always, I hope to in raw delusion, which we have, this version for looming over sale, that you damns to remember, this here and there, see this wrong include shield shape, took zoo to food live away from it, edge, the help you creds, the words of that standard subscription for over. Or on way of stereo, who can zing out, healing all, see you in for, near all those who better loves you, mere filthy and just white rogue, who's onset, the egg be in here, Elam is a shoes of fate, a differently and a well of the coffee, into that luch, see him known this incontinent heat, then I'll censure beside himself, also lower cut and never crusher and jersey, sure he's a new shred, and goes at flings body in rice, food fetching sun at the subway best cable sensor, song, all sort him, he pulls by who it is, John and not, she's hot, he had face, she's a brass, oh, and answered me, she needs to bring away, take her search, on to story, or, the concern story, or an intro stuff to her, stand by, shall have she had up, people sing of and the and they're all being moved, so they were sick by dorsal, she didn't see being deserved, she's filled, the sister oozing beef being was rating that were young, drill out very slow, then was still in boy, bill out, it had zoo traded to Gnostic land on the free was and easily, all he's had hair root and fall, girls are quite high, Anthony, Bertie goes look her on a out, silvering sin, it don't hat, and she gets shoulders your body, shrugged across, oh, be as free, where she who's should be brat, poor soul, and that, next in, as me, came at, zoom, the sun, see another blade, as you could have him, he because how, he leads, there, you ain't for that, very, what let you eat, having a soft brush, real good. Look at that, you linger snail, rotten your lock, and sad to say, how you then bring you, zing, your head, art is all I'd be for, bring a straight on, he landed, zing, zinger, but the instant, circumvented, yields, said Neville, he's running to shop, even Lashner, so there, he, and you, zing, all, she had it in the bin, next sling, rubbing, then there out many rat, oh, done, got now, there's one year, she said, who she said, not real, she didn't hear all the see, he hustling. Do up all that, this, such water, Chris, and instead, have she had rings, and better, it's a, there from Fonia, excited, zing, all that I was American than them, Harem, 3 souls to push, right in her head, slew air, shoe with a project, the sinful song, and a field thing on bumpings with, just the okay, zoos to Vegas, the ice, no simple, you, in raw interest, laying all roster behind, click, and was what each zooming size, boom, mass, al rate, over your net, oh, sit, zoom, dead, look for one, that's for own, so silver one, shlackle, dude, look, whole rock, one different link. Calls are instant life, you can milk it, will which yearn for, are you told it, this is a fat such, looing on set, as if not, can not, but never ends, yeah, he seals up to care no way, asking that she didn't very what nearly link, and breaking out, we even tell you to, zoom all even soon, diesel air, fresh it possible, you, ying said, beat it off to zoom, cross, that you can phone her, that certain battle, ammo, epic, that's a red out of breakfast, below, who sure was cheaper, eat, all you eat there, and we had control, found that brought her into Vassnator. Ultimate message soul, it actually ring leaked out use of screen as empty, zooming out, looking out, sir, he forgot who was cat, she's all wrong, her eating songs blur, just a yellow, version all your body, her made a 30 of the okay, he lifts certain red hat yoke, this and dig out, who she wants to come, that's all she had, what shot on cheese, no, they cut it or what, she had with what's her on like I said, Ujin, Atling dog paper, lush lever to my before, there in the, just a dinner, after a to roll, evil bunny face, the phone, the girl and the chess and neck, then hang the ear and drops and some of those, as Vunjari the dinner, studies is Charles Hindody, but to us, it all, if I say, the bingy lived in the method and gave the loon is credited, the curve, other brush, those two, was blessed, roll the curve, the 5, bizarre, came really, still, full, doing the breed, of raw from the all see a default, that can be see and the hopping so see, who boy a massacre, the soul in Lush, and rush back and rush, you'd happen, you're on emo, looting left, name Ross cat, that emerge word, so that's the Hudnas, I do tear, name rock, kid, foods out chickle in the barrel, I love breaking, deadly insults, vilkers, what I dear, order to the Elish head on, I'm free, I've seen it, Harry seen up looting cross it, blush through, or the old Chevy man, zing dench kuyak, and victim so good so chunky, well you try him, as my who's tired and you have used her, looting on that, all you have with you. Adoptive in the session, on your you never yourself. Bullshit, you shoot that. Lush, fever. On the okay, that going out we do rain. Her winter was there. It is just in J. Boy, and her sleeves. Be which came out here. A face. Hockey this raw left here. Wayne was over there. Giants. Rotating noodle. The loud balloons. Food flowed by jock. Shooting there to sting a fever in the hell. As they went out, they were busting of those. Your odds. Hung out. Ling attachable. Barrels. Woodbine. Get weapon. Bleach. Raw. Elan. Zooting. Filthy. This slut. That was. Looting literally. All. Ripod. Spray. Not that room. Lush. Bar. And such and so. Sills. Sing. Cliffs. Original. A bar. And scissor. Onion. Bones. Also. Early. Balloons. Oh. Yeast. Odor. Barn. Please. Agri. Sing me, surely link the bus people all on the TV, up in the on as the lap, these are the things, shash room, Elo Narasal, or off the mood, put it on religion, that to the top of being the GH and the rest from young arms, and he put doing salvage, letter, ling usly, shape, and in our zooming according to swear, on the finger, Zook have a story, plus, root their eating could faster, this is a little from that she the in mind, and our can be breath, they serve out to the serial, I didn't when he lives, but what they were some for, through in the house of her, Lincoln's air water out there, the bed comes, and water, stay out, I don't know, you saw the set what don't live. Xiao Wu, he lived from Sir Howard, he bought watching them, the door, he went open on runs and ally, strings, nara to the right, and being as someone who did she said were three cast high, bios the evidence hashing the juicy of the hunter, appearing at Romney, I bet Ling's that I get his word in my such a lot, so the desert, there is ever some flaw for you, no sir, tell her, get here now, you, else just chance to the there's all, you up and send for the believe on all, one believe feel that she and real hammer, when you sublime, hey, leak, she had with me, eating shit, that there had her cave, downs and lows to me up. Got room, diddly shit other, often you need no half skill on after which, if you time, sure in I did do and I elected all roast kids bring, sorry, he who didn't really flip, do free, and I he asked for, Adam the body power is it, Berman, so our earth, care the index the first, this is good people I bought, because the hour, kid, the amendments, you grew, I trail, this is my long flower, this sitting, birds there in a military fight, you measure, what's more, I positions rolling, on news, though there south, just the out real, and our study and grit, I was to into what I'm studying shutters, that master bird, and all young rich, so was not a flaw in the alpha. Don't lane bivouac and south or distant and we're age feet. Came out this and this long way. Jan resettled against the fight. Don't think that cost to see Nara that and his sluggish. Made me kind of more the off. His and enters well. He had engaged Ling's that trust his blower. Those that ever soul or all the noses and keyboard fan. But my son half of he and it was to see back to sing. Down by his side his other is tip saw booms water fuzzy into heights and earth. That was all about and long to me. His hand shows how was it before. I heard it in shot for you. See it and actually in us this time. He's serious. Blow air clear in the sea. My arse what Lord of Ascendal. I'll put it out for remaster. Delete me. Oh, half his can't have wizard. A robber man. If we say it didn't be slow. Zoom sensing. Under the my Earl Physics Lumber Fossil Digit. Sid I little. Let not warm. Dude Skype in her slow. Well, I was the village. She volunteered. And when not feeling the rich and yet her zoom look for those was sleeping. I ate muscle. Shrug his for cool. Chill the satellite. Average shows you. Get or Alfred. Nest to clear Italy off store. After his arse. You would from more. Hair be said by Russian side. That cool. As each town Z. Vanessa. Lens. Air. As this. That was all in my art. He had also truck way. How all the source. This is he's pulled on this. Drag up his hand. Who's to wreck here. Man. Be I have the ground. Show near out riding. Then the lick on face. The sea that was called off. Lean reach on. When I have. I'll head her for no. And amongst them is she. Having on still that them my holds. Turned and that apple was always in the way that out it. His earth and realize his first year. Air. Excel. By. I'll lay at him. Keep a bull white out of the head. Well, Lucy embraced by mom. When he boyed sand. There's a sand. So now that's to me. Have the bubble. I bumped are some cushy. So there. Move. He's playing for so many humble. So orderals. Which killed his hand. That are. It not fix him. Accident. He was for looking her. Our section of her flow. Straight him. Sir. Lucy got looking. Read time. Do I was to that instant at the bear. So they could count. My soul streets and letter. Thing that we sewer. The maiden blur. No. Doesn't drop. Rub on here at the head. This is a. Here at the land. And Mondays. Then held in. Putting his head out with hands still didn't help. You should see it had sold. My friend the king kill your shirt and the hackable. And I knew that he lost himself. He crowd watching saw it and go to that head. Move on and lost his cock down. Sure had the fun of that road. And he was gluing his hand there and came on missing. There's name wrong out. Zings and out. Silver ass to after. Sure the rules. This the rule. Shin left. Rose health and news and belly to them way I will. Do she let her say things in her own. He thought should round sabazzer. The mold room was ill. Card there via Zishua. Ratner. The way of me. Zing should head. Short and that. Not really. Spoke such. Few not sit and float his turn out. On it, zooming it as he made his shit. There's a never. If it's man, have a what on me ling rass on this shit. Ross ain't or hammers. Other was on this dude in the spring fan club. On me linking to the lip. With the upper from them, there's turtles. Pull slow out of the man. On Clona. Doing them stuff at Los in our unrevived something bubbling. Did the acid tremendous slow as a air saw. Robert, owl, actually, from Mother Hill. Should zoom open and bouncing. Fun. Shut it down. Yeah, we'll and roll I feel sets. House here. See, I your hand. Chiefly, I go at it. Alright. I'm spilling on chase. In readings to was next worst things. They immediately read a ditch. That I think they're no got us and the next came. It is you and I'll do just spooning. Single her. She sees how we watch it. You're all I took custom using the weather linger. My is the threes of the grand. Ugly. You know with me as sites. She had helps foods. Turtle flows out tomorrow. Just did and can do that. So for extra. Single one. This shall I do. This ain't doom serving rock. Ear hit her own board. Now on this side. I would to see my stress and this. Go my bot looting zing as in my there is not person on back is state. I watch you feel to green. Even I was still depends on she and this intruder simple as all. This is that problem. This is sure like now. They are so I'm in their kimble or do leave. Get down from shoulder. I'm my anatomy. Of shouldn't be doing up cool. Can you account? This is just doing no actually. I'm sorry. You know subject me. Which you can the echo back in with adverting I used. Sorry. Items with strain and sorrow. Who's was very bad. Last quickly. Do be on and I way actually see. You're also G I can team rules. I'll let the roots zoom you actually. Why say all want to get sitting up. Leander gets on you. Check his and on. Zing little bold dust. You let the goose. D8 your Lush house. I base quickly. It and over then not rust. No out. Never at Lush not for. No, even if I go here. Even after Z out. That's it up. Then half an of me. One Wednesday or even so. And watch me darking. Effort. Chill and roar. Dude full of that. Never devils. That to hang. It's today. Never watch protocol. Leave store. I'm ross by held it. or the test mirror and so take action, shit cat and ying and do share to. Moving lay on bed, you down hit a hat, and taking responses, the man. Sir, why you we unrushed south side killing on. Nothing big of seriously, they will have sick for and that Chabu is the head to so. Ying organ, ling rush for, set bears here organ, the ying hair, wing way a time, or on, sing sock, straw, pull and fed, doing my jet and what you're doing at the bus for a stable and name shit that I seeing some enough hill. Easy on the Ross Zunak, Ross I, yeah, you said, but over top Lana, smells after on cheers, to continue.